Good evening, everybody. Welcome tonight. I'd like to officially open the Fraser City Council regular meeting scheduled for this December 8th, 2022 at 6:34 p.m. Could you please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Cindy, could you please call roll call?
Councilmember Bransky.
Present.
Councilmember Blanky.
Present.
Mayor Carnegie.
Here.
Councilmember Colca.
Here.
Councilmember Odell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Present.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Present.
Thank you. At this time, item 4, I'll entertain a motion for the approval agenda unless there's any other amendments that need to be taken. Councilwoman Blanky?
I make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Third.
Approve the agenda.
The regular agenda.
We do have
The
one
regular
amendment to the
agenda, I'm
consent.
sorry. Okay.
Regular agenda.
I make a motion to accept the regular agenda.
Oh, is that what you said?
Yeah, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, at this time, I will open up for citizen participation on an agenda item only. If you're not able to be around the entirety of the meeting, if you'd like to make a comment on an agenda item, now's the time to be recognized. Yes, ma'am? Name and address, please, for the record.
Karen Arundel, 15461 Sherwood Lane. I've been a resident of Fraser for 42 years. I would like to commend each of you. The voters voted you in. It was their will that you are here to serve. The voters also came to the polls on August the 2nd, and they voted a millage for the library. It was their desire that we have a strong library. And I request that each of you consider and vote yes on the bond issue that's before you tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody online, Mary? No? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Item 6, consent agenda. I do have one item that we need to remove from it. It's item I. Free City USA. It just got MIA'd and I re-signed it today. So it will be issued out next April, or officially, yeah, for next time. So yeah, so that's the only amendment. So I make a motion to remove item I.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Baranski.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any comments or questions on that motion? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7, new business, Parks and Recreation Plan, a public hearing. So I'll go ahead and I'll open the public hearing at 6:33 p.m.
We'll just take,
Yeah,
public comment at this time, and then when we get to the next item, we'll have Andrew with McKenna
yeah.
come up.
So if there's anyone in the audience who'd like to make comments, please step forward, identify yourself, and you'll have 5 minutes to have your comments.
Well, actually, under a public hearing, unless you set a time, there is no time limit. But I don't intend to take up your time this evening, and but we'll go from there. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Lesich. My address is 15201 Fairview, Fraser, Michigan. I have been a citizen or resident of this city for 22 years. I'm here tonight to share my comments during the public hearing of the City of Fraser 20 to 23 Recreation Master Plan. I provide my comments to the city manager, city clerk, city council on the 30th of November in a written form. However, my comments did not end up in the packet, so I read the cover letter that I sent to all of you. City of Fraser, Fraser, Michigan, November 30th, 2022. To whom it may concern, attached are my comments regarding the proposed 2023 to 2027 City of Fraser Master Recreation Plan. My comments are informed by 8 years as the City of Fraser Recreation Commissioner, 4 years as Chair, 6 years of City Council, 16 years of efforts to plan, fundraise, and build McKinley Barrier-Free Park, and finally, as the author of the 2012-2016 City of Fraser Recreation Master Plan as a volunteer, which was approved by the City Council at the time. This plan is nearly a year late, the current plan, as the previous plan expired at the end of 2021. I brought this up many times with every city manager following the departure of Christina Woods, as well as Mr. Neeland, who was our finance director / park director, recreation director at the time. The Recreation Master Plan is a roadmap for setting the goals and objectives of the city for our open spaces and recreational opportunities. The information provided is a snapshot of our community, along with a vision or wish list of where we'd like to invest in improving our city assets and services, while providing the best value for scarce taxpayer dollars. The city has made a major investment in our parks over the past 8 years, spending over $2 million of taxpayer, grant, and donor dollars to improve these city assets. However, unmet needs remain, and this plan should reflect a careful look at our needs versus wants. When the draft plan was published, I looked forward to reviewing a document that was an extension of the very professional city master plan produced by McKenna Associates and the Planning Commission, and others, I'm sure, which I voted to approve. To put it plainly, the draft plan as written is disappointing. To put it bluntly, this plan is worthless as a planning document for any comprehensive management of millions of dollars of city assets. And one is left with questions as to how such a flawed document made its way to the public. The draft plan as presented is error-ridden, incomplete, and outdated. The plan is filled with inaccurate census data, incorrect park acreage, incorrect park inventories, incorrect budget information, and unsubstantiated demographic information. Public comment should be geared toward getting the public's input as to whether the proposed plan meets the city's goals and objectives. Unfortunately, this plan has so little detail as to the plans, their cost, prioritization, connection to grant opportunities, all of the things that are necessary to make an informed decision, that it is impossible to provide meaningful comment as to whether this is the right direction for our city. This plan is already 11 months overdue. Taking another month to produce an accurate plan is both appropriate and necessary. Filing this report as is would be a mistake and will likely result in a rejection of this plan by the state of Michigan. I sincerely hope that the city and council direct the necessary resources to improve and correct this plan prior to submission. Thank you for your time and consideration of my comments. I would like to add a few comments. My first...
You have a minute left.
No, I have all the time I need, unless Mr. Denault would like to explain. Let's stop for a minute. I explained this back in April during the budget presentation, that a public hearing is a hearing of the public. Unless you set a time limit prior to the public hearing, there is no time limit. Mr. Denault is on record at a previous meeting while I served as a city council person saying exactly that. So I don't intend to be here for an hour and a half. I intend to be here for about 2 more minutes, and I'd like that opportunity, please. Thank you. First, whoever wrote this plan does not know and does not care about our city. They have no sense of what our city values, the history of our city, or what we have accomplished as a community over the past several years. This was an attempt to check off a requirement with the state, not help the city plan in a meaningful way. I'm not sure where the disconnect happened, but something went wrong in this process. One thing I'd like to point out is that if you adopt this recreation plan tonight, you will also be approving a plan that includes park upgrades of between $850,000 and $1,850,000 at least over the next 4 years. Each of these projects, including reconstruct Fort Fraser, are on the list with little detail. It's 1 page, 1 line per item. My first experience with this recreation master plan was during the 2006 and 2007 when council Councilwoman Blanky was the recreation director at the time. I said, "What is this recreation plan?" She explained to me that the recreation master plan is a wish list of what we'd like to do if we had the money. I understand that. I've been in government. She also explained to me that to get state and federal grants, you had to have an approved plan on file with the state in order to qualify. By the way, I understand these Spark grants do not require a recreation plan on file. I guess they have so much money, they just need to give it away. With our previous recreation plans in hand, our grant writer, Linda Davis Kirksey, was able to present grant funding opportunities and a city that had their act together and was ready to properly manage hundreds of thousands of dollars of public and private grants. Had anyone looked at the previous 2 recreation plans that were available and still are available on the city website, they could have used much of that information in our parks directly from that plan. It does not appear anywhere that anyone gave consideration to starting from a known starting place. In conclusion, I'd like to say that we have millions of dollars in land and equipment that we put on that land over the last several years. These are city assets and should be maintained well and improved where possible to ensure that we are providing the best service for our taxpayer dollars, as well as providing recreational opportunities for our community. Last but not least, what's ironic about tonight is that when I appeared in 2006 before the City Council, immediately I spoke on the Recreation Master Plan that was adopted in July 2006. Immediately after that, the Boundless Park came up as a project that the city should do, but it was not included in the plan. Tonight, we have 3 Spark grants that are not included in the plan in any sort of detail. They're simply, hey, we got some money out there, let's throw these at the wall. It's just ironic that after all of this, we don't decide to plan ahead so that we can be ready for these opportunities and put our best foot forward. I really wish we would start doing that. I understand things are tight. Back in 2012, when I authored that recreation plan, it was simply because there was no one else to do it. I happened to be good at Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and some graphics programs. I volunteered. I got paid $30 to do it. It got approved, and we got $400,000 in state and federal grants because of that recreation plan. These are the kind of things we need to be ready as a city to say, here's our plan. Let me know if you have questions. Instead of, here's our plan, and then everyone has questions. Because if there's a grant opportunity and somebody's got their act together, and then there's a plan that isn't there, they're going to go with the people, the low-hanging fruit, which is the people that are prepared to act. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mike? Anybody else would like to speak? Anybody online? Okay, I will then close the public hearing at 7:46 PM. Okay. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Permission to approach. Okay. Second. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Littman. I'm a senior planner. Sorry, let me get situated.
Keep the mic close to you, too, because it's not.
Oh, okay.
Very well.
Very good. Okay, thanks. So, my name is Andrew Littman. I'm a senior planner at McKenna, and I'm the new zoning administrator for this city. I'm taking over for Paul Erbiel, who's still going to be, he's still going to be involved, but I'm going to be taking the lead. The city administration is requesting that the city council adopt the 2023 to 2027 Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And after adoption, we'll finalize the plan for production. Throughout much of this year, the city and McKenna have worked collaboratively to seek public input and develop the plan. And the plan is a culmination of significant analysis, public engagement, and strategic thought. The results of our process have indicated that the community is seeking continued upkeep and maintenance of equipment increase pedestrian connectivity, and equipment upgrades. And the goals and the action steps included in the plan can be used as a guide for the preservation and development of Fraser's public recreation spaces. After adoption, the plan will be submitted to the county, SEMCOG, and the Michigan Department of Natural Resources for approval. And as you all know, an approved Parks and Recreation plan must be on file with the MDNR for Fraser to be eligible to apply for grants through the state. Now, just in response to the comments that were just made, I have spent considerable time looking through all of Mr. Lechit's comments. And I think that, well, first of all, our plan as written does meet all of the DNR guidelines. The format and level of detail is more than enough to meet state requirements. The inventory has the required detail. Some of it's just not arranged the way that he would like it to be arranged, but it's all there. The goals and objectives are purposefully broad to retain flexibility in implementation. And in terms of our public engagement, a survey and a public hearing are all that's required. And what we did will certainly get you through the process. Also, I understand that McKenna's been doing this for 40 years. They've done hundreds of these recreation plans, and we have a 100% success rate in getting them approved. I do acknowledge that there are some factual errors in this document. They will be fixed, but nevertheless, this will be accepted by the state, and even if necessary, if the state does have some issues, then they will just send it back to us, and then we can fix whatever they have problems with at that time. But assuming that we adopt the plan tonight, there is sufficient time for me to go through some of these issues and make corrections. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
When you say some of the items are not correct, based
Yeah.
on what Mr. Lesher said,
Sure.
how many of those are like critical items? Like, we don't know what those items are, so
Right.
are you talking about acreage of parks, size of parks, dimensionally, locations?
Yeah.
So we don't know any of what
Yeah.
you said that could be,
Right. So,
give council just an idea of what.
Sure. Very good question. So, I would say that a lot of his comments are actually stylistic, and I don't think would really make any sort of real difference. There are some issues with figures that could. So for some of the charts, we used ACS data that was compiled in 2019, where we could have used census data. So we can easily update that, and I think there are a couple of spots where acreage is off. But all of these issues are pretty easy to fix. Yeah.
Well, that's why we want to make sure, because obviously we paid for a complete document, and
Yep.
we're expecting a complete.
Yep.
Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
I listened also to the resident, and I worked in recreation from 1985 to 2007.
Yeah.
I did several of those
Okay.
myself and I worked with McKenna.
Oh.
Okay? Now, I'm not about to make a resume of what I did or what I saw or all that.
Okay.
I am happy that Mrs. Apps is here this evening, because as what was said, there was an omission in that plan for the barrier-free. Do you recall that, Mrs. Apps? Because I can recall sitting with you and Mrs. Kaloya and Patrice, and we were at Mrs. Kaloya's home, and I was not working for the city then, but I came over, we amended it. Do you recall that? Okay. So to your point of what you're saying, I completely agree that any revision or modification can be made in an instant. They are looking for, I guess I'll raise the bar on my wish list, okay? I will say that it is a plan, it is an outline, it is a guide.
Yep.
Okay, and I read your plan, and it has met the qualifications of the county and of the state, and with the modifications and changes you're going to make and that you are aware of. And I thank Mr. Lesage for going through that, but I also went through it. I don't see any urgency. And the figures that were quoted and the maybes and the could-bes and the whatevers, that all takes care of itself. I mean, we have one of the most beautiful parks in the county with the barrier-free, and that was a revision of that 5-year plan. So that's how open they are to make revisions, which you probably know, and I do know. So I thank you for the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Pro Tem Shornack.
Yes. So here's my problem. A document that is going to be set forth, whether or not it would meet the standards, in Fraser, we should be trying to do more than just meet the standards. The factual information, Mr. Lesage is 100% correct. That is on our website. That, I don't even understand how that could have been messed up. I won't vote for something until we get a copy, and I don't care about the style, that is a preference thing, but I want to see all the information updated correctly, the stats updated correctly. I don't want to adopt something that, yeah, it'll meet the standards, but this world is too much into, we're just going to let it go by. I'm not prepared to let it go by. Things need to be done correctly. They need to be done right. When you know that there is errors and stuff like that, you correct that situation. Mr. Lesage sent that like a couple weeks ago. So in essence to that, we've had time to revise and resend to us in that time period, just the aspects that are incorrect and everything like that. So until that's done, I'm not prepared to adopt this because it is a reflection of our city, and I don't want something going to the state, the county, haphazardly and as a poor reflection of our city. That's just my personal opinion, because I know I'm held responsible for things I don't do correctly at work, and if there's something incorrect, I have to turn around and correct it before I can resubmit it to our board for approval, and I feel that should be the same standard for you guys as well. Thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I guess I want to just understand, because I think we're talking about two different things here, because if I heard you correctly, and this is my first time going through this, and in all sincerity, I didn't pay attention when it was done in the past, because my understanding is you keep it as broad as possible so that anything you're asking for, you can say, it fits here because it's a park improvement, or, it fits here because it's green, whatever the parameters are, as opposed to having to literally list, the other alternative is list everything you could possibly think we may want, dog park, water splash pad, on and on and on, when you can modify it at any point if for whatever reason it didn't meet that broad. Is that your understanding of what a master plan,
Yes.
whether it's a Parks and Rec or a building or a roads or whatever, it's supposed to be broad?
Yes. Exactly.
And not vague, but all-inclusive, or allowing for ebbs and flows with regard to whatever the people who are in charge at the time decide is the will of the people. Because I don't know that I want a dog park. I don't know if I do or I don't. And I'm
Yep.
only one of 7, and I'm not on the parks. I don't know who even makes that choice, to be honest with you.
Yep.
So I get that. But the concern about typos or data is important.
Of course.
Would that be a basis for the plan to not be accepted, that we used census data from 2019 as opposed to the current, or that we used, those type of things? Is that something that is dispositive of the plan, or is that just,
Well, I guess my response to that is that whatever happens tonight, in terms of the typos and everything, it's not going to matter because I actually, this is obviously the first time that I've been in front of you guys. I'm just starting as the zoning administrator, but just to tell you a little bit more about me, I am a OCD former, or I say recovering attorney. I guess I still have my bar card. And to tell you the truth, reading through some of these statistics or the numbers really got to me. And I'm going to fix this very, very quickly. So if you do adopt this tonight, I will have plenty of time to go through and make all the necessary revisions to put my mind at ease so I can sleep at night.
so what are the ramifications if it's not approved tonight?
If it's not approved tonight, I guess we could take it up in January, but then you're kind of
You're in a new year and-
we're making it a close call.
Okay, can you explain what that means? Like, literally, tell me, a close call for what?
Yeah. No,
When does it have to be done?
well, so sorry, we have to submit it. It has to be submitted by February 1st.
Okay.
So, yeah,
And February 1st, because that is the deadline by the state.
correct.
For master plans.
Yep, for park and rec master plans. to
And
be
if it's
submitted.
not submitted, the consequences are we can't submit for grants until it's submitted.
Correct.
So we're not
Correct.
subject to penalties, we're not
No.
going to be fined, it's just that we can't get the, in essence, free money
Correct.
or matching money until we have a plan in place.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I'm going to get in a lot of trouble, but I just kidding.
Yes, you are, for many reasons. But, and in all fairness, I think, thank you for clarifying that
Yeah.
this is not your work product yourself, but that being said,
Yep.
you are advocating for us to approve it, subject to the corrections that are not
Yep.
dispositive. Is that?
That are not dispositive. I'm gonna clean this up quite a bit.
Okay.
And I'm going to clean it up so that you guys can be proud of the product that we put together.
So if we waited to approve it, because we do like to make sure what we're approving is, we want to be consistent. Like,
Sure.
we have expected good product up front.
Of course.
And clear, transparent plans up front.
Of course.
So if you clean it up and you came back at our next meeting, which is January something, early, second week of January, and we approved it then,
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that.
with,
Yeah, you could do that, yeah.
does it impact anything in the pipeline currently that we're anticipating putting in for between now and January that we wouldn't be able to put in for?
Well, that's what my concern was with the Spark, but it's not required to
Right.
get the Spark one, so.
So is there anything else that we had coming up that we couldn't put in for if we didn't approve this today? And we let our new planner / zoning person put his finishing touches on it?
So a couple points of clarification on that. So the February 1st deadline is an annual deadline for state DNR grants. So any type of grants that you would want to apply for through that calendar year to the next February, if we don't get the plan in by February 1st, we would have to wait another year to get a plan in. It's not open where you get it in like a couple months late and you can get the grants that year. It's a hard deadline for them. And then as far as the Sparks grants, that is a totally separate standalone. There is no master plan or anything that is required for that. And then as far as the plan that we have, I think you might be able to, if you were comfortable with it, allow him to make the changes and approve it tonight, because the changes that he would be making would not be material to the plan.
That's what I was trying to
So
say. That was the word I was looking
all
for.
that it would be is fixing typos in tables. It wouldn't be anything that would be substantial to the material plan. So I don't know if that brings you to a comfort level where you might be able to approve it tonight based upon him changing things that would not substantially change the plan.
But what's the downside of waiting until January?
The downside of waiting until January is that if there is anything else that you're not comfortable with that delays it, we don't have a second chance. We were working on trying to get this at the last meeting. Unfortunately, that just didn't happen. I know Paul, kind of part of the reason why we have Andrew here now is that their firm and Paul have been overly burdened with all of the work that they've had to do, similar to, I think, every other organization that you guys are familiar with staffing perspective. So that's why they've had a little bit of a personnel change and shuffling there. So that's one of the issues that we've been dealing with.
Okay. So then I guess my last question, Andrew, not knowing the city, but having done this, you said you were a planner, right? Do you see, is this the type of plan that you advocate, even though you're finishing it, not starting it? Is this what you would have presented in terms of a broad, more all-encompassing plan as opposed to what was done in the past with the, we wanted this?
Yeah. As we were just saying before, there are a lot of advantages to broadening things out. Especially dealing with the goals and objectives. I think they're purposefully broad to retain some flexibility in the implementation. So that's done on purpose.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, I'm the big advocate of doing it right the first time and doing it, and I'm more confident that you realize and you're saying that you can fix things that need to be fixed. You agree with Mr. Lessig on some of the information. Sure. So that's all good, so I'm definitely more comfortable than I was 10 minutes ago. So that's helped.
Okay.
Councilman Odell.
Hi, Andrew. How long have you been with McKenna?
I've been with McKenna for 5 months. Before that, I was with a real estate consulting firm, headquartered in Birmingham, but that does work all over the country. And I was with them for about 4.5 years. Okay. And then before that, I was practicing law.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm married to a lawyer in 2 years.
Okay.
So is this your first city recreation plan that you've done? Is this the first time you've taken a crack at one, or have you done other cities?
Yes, this would be the first time. Yeah.
And does McKenna go through and check your stuff? Okay.
Of course, yeah. And I am being mentored by Paul, and he's still around, so I will also be asking him some questions too.
So you said,
But-
vague on purpose, like the fixing, say, Stephens Park. You got a dollar range, depending on what we want to do and that type of thing. But is it better for obtaining these grants if we have more specific information, or is it better to be vague? I mean, do we know, or maybe you don't, but are you more likely to get grants from DNR and stuff if you have more specific plans versus leaving it vague just for the?
Yeah.
Just for the.
Well, my understanding is that broadening it out has the advantage of making you eligible for a wider range of grants. So I would, yeah. But in terms of my background and not having that much experience as a planner, I do think that a lot of or almost all of the comments on this document really just takes someone going through and being very nitpicky and really to go into the details and make sure all of the citations are correct and all of the figures and numbers are correct. And like we have some data from the ACS, American Community Survey, and some data from the decennial census. So, I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I would just look at the decennial census instead of the ACS. So things like that. It's not rocket science, but certainly someone who is very detail oriented, such as myself, can do this pretty easily.
And last question,
Yeah.
if a project comes to mind to the council or through our Parks and Rec Commission or anything like that, that's not in our plan, in the plan that we're going to present, can it be amended a year down the road to include something more specific if we're going for a specific project that's not in the broad definition of the plan? Is that possible?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth.
Appreciate the answer. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to prevent something going forward as long as you meet the requirements of what the grant application is for the project. But having this just helps with other systems, like the Kellogg Corporation and the Meyer Foundations. Sure. They don't require this, but having this still makes it broader for you to get more money from other places too. Councilwoman Sutherland.
So in my day job, one of the things that I do is ensure compliance with state laws for licensing. And I echo Patrice's comments that if something isn't factually accurate, it's not my experience that state regulators or any other entity are that benevolent if we're sending them inaccurate information. I'm not comfortable approving anything with inaccuracies before we know for a fact that everything is corrected. And, I mean, it's no reflection on you. You know, I don't know you. Tonight is the first time I've ever seen you in my life. But, you know, I'm sure you will update everything. But until that happens, I can't in good conscience approve something that we don't know what the final product is going to look like before we send it to the state.
Okay.
Councilwoman Baranski.
So it sounds like we're all on the same page about the latter issues, which to me sound like an easy fix. Are we on the same page as a board about keeping it broad so that when he did bring it back in January and all of those issues or are we going to, can we just kind of make sure we don't miss the deadline for hopefully, because I'm hoping in January a lot of time is spent with the appropriate people to put in for DNR grants. Where are we at with the bigger issue that you know, keeping it broad and general as opposed to itemized? I'm fine with it being broad, but I don't know what y'all preferences are.
Well, and if I can respond to that really quickly.
Absolutely.
My preference would be to stick to the guide that McKenna has traditionally followed. So, which I think is fairly broad.
Dana, you were next. Councilwoman Sutherland.
So, I mean, reading it cover to cover, it did look like the plan took into consideration a lot of the survey feedback that we received from residents, which, you know, is what we want, right? We want a plan that reflects what the city actually desires. So I agree that keeping it broad is the best approach. It's honestly, it's the factual errors. In just reading it without anyone saying anything to me, reading it, I could see it. Being a resident, I'm like, this isn't correct. So.
No, I think it's been confirmed. Councilman Kolka.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, yeah, broad is always better than specific, for sure. So, unless you have a, you know, specific idea of what you're doing, but that's not usually the case.
Recording in progress.
I just wanted to reiterate, back when we were first going through the proposal process with McKenna and talking about, we wanted to do a master plan. I think he originally had brought us a proposal that was a little more costly than what we wanted to spend. So we agreed to scale it back and focus on the basics. We didn't want to have them invest a lot of time and effort in the unnecessary demographic information and everything up front. It was more about, we want to get a survey out, which we had over 150 people that participated and responded to the survey, provided information that fed into this plan. So everybody really looks at this plan, they go to the last chapter, which is the action items. And that's all driven off of the survey that we had from those over 150 participants. And a matter of fact, this is the plan, this is the information that I utilized when I was working on putting together the Spark Grant information. So personally, I did find it very helpful for what I needed to do for the grant application.
Councilwoman Sullivan.
I'll give a last comment. Well, I should never say that. So, you know, I know that there are different grants or grants that could potentially exist or come up in the future that could be based on demographic information. So, for example, some of the grants that came up during COVID, we used for the senior center. So if we have factually inaccurate information in that, and then a grant comes into play, and we don't have the accurate information in there, how can we apply for it if we have inaccurate data to back it up?
Well, I could respond to that too. I don't think, to my knowledge, none of this information is inaccurate. It just might be not the most current data that's available. So
Still
it
be
would have been,
impactful, though.
Sure, but I mean, I just want to be clear that I think it's accurate. It's just not from the most, up-to-date data.
It wouldn't be an accurate representation, though, of the current potential demographic or, park size, different errors that have been found, or just, the information that was used isn't necessarily the most up-to-date, which could be impactful.
Okay, yeah.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I would just make a motion to direct you to fix the things that we've identified and bring it back in January. And hopefully, based on the comments that are here, I am 100% in favor of the broad plan. I fix the typos, and I'm a yes. So my motion is to adjourn this to the January meeting.
Second.
Third.
Fourth, fifth,
I think we
sixth,
could add that in.
fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
All right, very good.
Possible.
So we have a motion on the floor in a second to bring this back in January with all the updated information.
And the earlier you can send it for review, the better.
That's what I was-
Sure, of course,
That
yep.
would be great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Any comments or questions on the motion? Councilwoman Blanky?
I'm just going to say one last thing since I was one of the first to talk. What you said is so true. It's not up to date, several of those. Okay, so that's like checking your checkbook on Monday to find a balance. And then you check it on Thursday and there's a different amount, okay? So what I'm saying is I will still, agree to what you say and what I feel. This is sound, but yet I agree at the same time with everyone else. I'm not going to go, against everyone here, but I'm glad you clarified that. It's not inaccurate information. It's not updated information, and it has nothing to do with my conscience, because in good conscience, it is a workable plan. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lessig, did you have a comment?
Okay.
Michael Lessig, 15201 Fairview. I appreciate the conversation and that you've brought this to some kind of a vote. I'll start by saying my first response is, apparently, except for the facts, the plan is fine. To the specifics of the plan, there is some obsolete information. We just conducted a very expensive census in 2020. And in previous plans, that census data from the decennial census has been used. This plan has old estimates. Fine, update it. Stylistic, fine. I really I've been to a lot of public hearings, not just in this community. Rarely have I heard someone that spoke at a public hearing to have their comments, what was the term, nitpicky? I thank you for that. I really do. Detail-oriented? I agree with that. Stylistic? Absolutely. My comments were having written such a plan so that we can present our city in the best possible light. But as to the specifics that are wrong and why they're important, we have Stephens Park just increased from 20-some acres to 39, according to this plan. I confirmed this information from the home GIS Parcel Explorer and our own BSNA system, which is available online. I didn't use anything but public information. This took me an hour. Harrington Park is also misrepresented as to its size. These are important things when they go to grant applications because grant opportunities fit into things like what is the public need and what is the available public open space and how many people do you have. Under this, the ratios that are used for scoring on these grant applications is skewed. The actual data is, and it was first brought to me in the original plan I saw in 2007. The city's parks have always been the same size. This scoring is, if you have this much data and this many people, you divide that. That's the denominator, and that plugs into an underserved community. We have an underserved neighborhood park system. These are the kind of things that those facts, and so what I would like to say is broad goals, absolutely. Wish list. That's exactly the term Ms. Blanky used with me in 2007 when I said, how come we haven't done all these things? It's a wish list. Specific facts are very important. Those don't have to be broad. We don't have to say we're a city of 4.6 miles like it does on their plan. We're a city of 4.13, according to Google. All right? According to Google Maps. These are the things that are important. Getting the facts right eliminates questions later when we come to a grant opportunity. When Ms. Levin can point to, here, it's right here in our plan, these have been checked, this is the accurate data. Those are the things that I think should be right. Last but not least, in my day job, I do water and sewer rate utility studies, and I present in front of councils and township boards and other communities. I would be fired if I presented such a plan to the public for comment, because my company and the company I work for is CPAs, and they are very detail-oriented. They demand accuracy. To put this in front of me and have me do this so that I wanted to do stylistic things. I ended up doing math. I don't like that. So thank you very much. Have a great day. And I do really appreciate that you're all kicking this can a month down the road so we can get it right. And I would be happy to objectively look at the numbers if that would, and I would volunteer my time. Thank you.
This one work? Laura Lessig, 15201 Fairview. Unfortunately, I missed the public hearing time. I was a little in transit. But I just want to say that back in March, or wherever it was, when the council made a decision to have McKenna take this job, it was because they needed, the city didn't have the time. McKenna had the time, they had the experience, they just got done with the main master plan, and it would be an easy thing for them to do. But they also said that they were going to be professional about what they would present. And as my husband just pointed out, it wasn't very professional. And the second thing is, we provided our comments about this on the end of November. So a week ago, right? No changes were made throughout this whole time. And I think if McKenna or the council was serious about trying to pass this tonight, they would have been on board with that the next day and made all the changes and double-checked, crossed their I's, whatever, dotted I's, crossed T's, and made sure that it was a final draft, as it says in the minutes or the agenda, it's a final draft. It wasn't a final draft. It was the same old thing. In fact, it was the one from the previous that had Christine Koch's name spelled wrong that I saw in the packet. So to me, you pay a company to give you professional work and have it accurate, and we didn't get that, and now we look like we got to start over again. And I wouldn't be, why not have a special meeting and get this done quicker? You know, you don't have to wait till January. If it's going to take that long, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I see now we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Item C, DPS staffing request. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Floor, and
I'd like to start by saying thank you so much for our beautiful red fire truck that we've gotten in service here not even a week ago with, all the bells and whistles, and it's a beautiful thing. So our people are out there training on it. That thing is in service, and so I thank you for that.
You're going to want to talk more into that, or he's going to come
use-
out that door.
grab the other mics, ma'am.
I'm just warning you. That door will open. There you go.
So the reason that I'm on the agenda this evening, though, is to request the promotion of public safety sergeants. There have been 2 sergeants that have been budgeted for some time that have gone unfilled. And we're getting to a place where, and I don't want to be Chicken Little that the sky is falling, but it really is getting to where we need to have promotions sooner rather than later. And there are so many moving parts to this and different areas that are affected by having that staffing shortage, that we really need to take steps to start filling that so that the trickle-down effect that's being created by the shortage will stop. So currently, we have the sergeant that is in the fire marshal position. He is typically not on the road. He has fire marshal type duties to attend to, and he is having to fill in on the road because we're short. And when we have a sergeant that is not there, somebody has to work that. And so when somebody is off, another sergeant then will have to work that overtime. And once you go through the list and say, hey, are you interested in working? Are you interested in working? You go down the list of available people. If nobody can take it or wants to take it, then someone is being forced. And so this is kind of how we've been operating for about a year, a little more than a year is my understanding, because these 2 vacancies were created when other people retired. And so I am hoping that we can promote. I actually currently have an eligibility list with 2 officers on it, and I'm hoping that we can promote these officers to sergeant, because by the time that sergeant is ready and up and running and ready to command a shift by himself, it's going to take some time. And that, because we have 3 disciplines, as you're aware, the police, fire, and EMS, it takes time to get a new person up to speed with training for the sergeant, just handling regular administrative functions, as well as getting that person to certain fire officer schools that are required for them to be out there commanding fire scenes by themselves. And additionally, once that occurs, then we can move a little bit forward with more training. And as of today, I was informed by Sergeant Eric Myers that he has every intention of retiring on December 31st. So that was from his mouth to my ear today. He has not yet put it in writing. He has assured that he will put it in writing by the end of next week. But that will then create another vacancy. And that is what has me a little bit worried, because as I've had to take the sergeant out of the fire division to cover for the road, I will now have to take my sergeant out of investigations and have him be on the road. And so that leaves, supervision issues in those two categories of the department. And that's problematic. So I have to have sergeants out on the road. It is essential that they're trained properly. I need them out there mentoring and leading and assisting the officers that are out there. They are working sergeants. They are responsible for quality control issues and making sure reports are done, making sure that officers are following the law. I mean, we are bestowed with huge authority and responsibility, taking somebody's freedom away from them and on the street potentially, and not just potential. I mean, it happens regularly, and it is imperative that we have people in place that are trained to make sure that officers are following the law, that people's rights aren't being violated, and it really just comes down to like a risk management type issue. So it's not that I'm looking for anything extra. This is something that has been budgeted, but I do need people in those supervisory roles because the frontline supervisor is really, the road patrol is the backbone of the department anyway, but to have frontline supervision is critical because of some of those things that I just said. I mean, risk management, liability, the things that we are responsible for are very, very important, and that frontline supervisor is what helps kick this thing along. And additionally, and it goes to other issues that we've discussed before since I've been here regarding recruitment and retention and things like that. There needs to be succession planning, and I need to train the next person so that they're ready, so that when Sergeant Paul leaves, and he may be even leaving as early as the spring or February, then I'm yet another person down. And so it takes months to get someone trained and ready to go, and then that leaves another opening somewhere else, and somebody has to be trained to take that position, which may then leave me short an officer on the road, and so then you're out looking, trying to get an officer and get that person trained. And so there really is a broader view and a bigger picture that I'm trying to express. And it's not just affecting my department, it's affecting other departments. As I spoke with Bob Logan from the building department, was asking me, hey, when is the sergeant going to be ready, or when is he going to be available to help with inspections, because I have businesses that are trying to open, and part of the requirement before a new business can open is having a fire inspection while my fire inspector is on the road. And those inspections take time. There's follow-up that has to be done. And so we're just not running on all four wheels. You know, we're getting it done for sure. Absolutely. This is a great group of professionals. Everybody is doing their part in getting it done. But we are getting down to where these promotions really need to happen to keep us going, to keep us safe, to keep our liability down. And for those reasons, I respectfully request that I'm able to promote officers to the rank of sergeant.
One question, Sam. In the past, when we know there's sergeants coming up, we know that we're going to have to fill it with another PSO, obviously, too, because one PSO is going to be moving up to sergeant. In the past, the directors, we've actually given that latitude to, as soon as they know that, to get that officer going, so that at least by the time everything's completed, at least the person's already in place, or the work of getting him in place is there. Do you currently have an active list now of officers that you can hire with knowing that there could be the promotions and the retirements coming forward?
Correct. Well, I have two people that are on the promotional list for sergeant. One person has been through some of the police management training already in anticipation of what we're discussing. The second person has been offered to go to fire officer school and has declined. And my understanding is that he may not be interested at this time for whatever his personal reasons are for taking that promotion. So again, that's where the succession planning is coming into place, and the fact that I need to exhaust this list by promotion preferably, or at least offer a promotion, so that this list can be abolished, because it is the list that's going to be in place until November of next year. Because then I'm going to have to be in search of testing materials, getting a company in order to get the testing materials that are required, so that I can get that bibliography out there for people to study, and they need 60 to 90 days for that, and then the written test is done, and then oral boards, and so it really is a lengthy process to get the list underway. And so as as I've said, I've got 2 people that are on the list now that I can offer. I believe one for sure will take it. I'm hoping the second would, but he may not. And it would be nice if I could at least offer that, so that he either takes it and, yay, I have 2, or he declines, and then I can get the ball rolling, so that months down the road, I actually have another list that's certified that I can pull from and promote.
How about just a regular PSO list? Is there another list under that? Once you start
So
promoting, you have to fill that, backfill.
Correct. So we had a list, and we have hired everybody off of that list that is eligible. So that list has since been exhausted, and that was recently, as of this summer, is when the last person was hired to exhaust that list.
So you'll have to start on a list on that too.
Yes, sir.
obviously, to backfill.
Absolutely.
And then how are you set with medics at this time? I know working with them, we've lost a couple and
Correct.
coming down,
That's
leaving,
correct.
so-
We had a retirement, and there's some others that resigned. And so graciously, you've allowed us to hire up to 6 firefighter medics. So we had gotten there for about a month before, somebody retired, somebody left, whatever. And so we have gone through that process already and done interviews. It was recently, a week or so ago, that the Civil Service verified or certified that list. There are 2 people on it. So it is my intention that I can offer jobs to both of those people, which will get us back up to 6, which is certainly helpful. Obviously, they're not police officers or not road patrol, but they do certainly supplement on the EMS side, which is critical.
Absolutely. And then you have to start that list over again too.
Yes, sir, you got it.
Very familiar. Councilwoman Baranski.
So are we at 29 sworn officers, or are we still not there?
We have 30 with me.
You don't count in the number. So it's always been an issue. We've never defined it, but from my review of the
I
budget.
am a sworn officer, though, so I...
No, right. Yeah.
Count
So the
them.
nice thing is we have a director budget and we have 29 sworn officers. And the reason I asked for that is I know for quite a while prior to you getting here, although we had approved for them to proactively hire so that we could maintain 29, we couldn't get there for a variety of reasons. It has nothing to do with Fraser. It's unfortunately people don't want to be public safety or police officers, and so recruitment, retention is hard. So I just wanted to make sure that right now we're fully staffed for public safety.
Correct.
Okay. So a couple of things. Someone had asked a question that prompted a couple things. So one of the reasons that you're sitting in that chair right there is we have been repeatedly asked to promote. And the consequences to the road patrol, when it has been done in the past, because you're going to bring 2 up, and now they're short, because you're only getting 29. Until we find money, we only have 29. And so it's a shifting of the burdens of overtime, of forced overtime, of work, of whatever. And so what we did do is we did, through negotiations, add a additional captain position, and then a director. So instead of having, for the past year, we had 1 lieutenant, or however long it was, we now have a director and 2 captains. So has there been any, and I know you haven't been here a long time, and so it wasn't an expectation that you would have it, but you're already coming to say, let's maintain the status quo, in essence, keep this current rank. And so my question is, what consideration for job duties or activities has been modified in light of the fact that we now have that extra person higher up to not burden the sergeants, because they're doing,
So
three,
Captain,
three people are now doing the work of what for 6 years 2 people did.
and I guess, we come down to what is best for organizational growth and what is good for efficiency, and, where is something going to lack because we're not having the same number of people. And I understand trimming the fat and trying to get rid of people that aren't necessarily in a position where they need to be, or is being utilized as well as they should. But there are responsibilities that the two captains have administratively. And yes, they're not on the road per se, handling runs, being dispatched runs. That's true. But they have great responsibility for the organization and for the way things are supervised and run. And so Captain Gillis has done a lot of things in the fire division. There were a lot of duties that before he was put in that position were being handled by the sergeant that maybe the sergeant maybe necessarily shouldn't have been doing. And so he was picking up extra responsibilities because that position was not there. That sergeant is the only one in the department that is trained to do inspections. And so that is really what the main focus of what his responsibility in the fire marshal's job was. That was the crux. I mean, there's a whole list of things that he does for sure. But that was one of the big things, and that, like I was mentioning, also affects other parts of the city. And so I currently have Captain Gillis on a wait list to get into a school so that he too can be trained in inspections, because right now I just have one person. And again, it's important to have more than one person so you don't have all your eggs in one basket for situations like this where he can't get there because of circumstance. So there are other responsibilities that had, I believe, probably gone to the wayside or not being addressed as they should have been with the lack of personnel that we are trying to get up to speed with.
Right, and by no means was I implying that I expected the captains to, but, you've got all of these people, and while we're short due to a variety of reasons, we have to think outside the box and reorganize. We've done that in every other department in the city, and a perfect example is, do we have to have a sworn police officer? I don't know the answer to this. This is a question. I've been told from a lot of people that we interviewed and some exit interviews that we were done, do we have to have a sworn public safety officer do the fire inspections? Could we hire someone to come in and do that? So how are we tackling the department? I get that we want to keep these unique positions. I get that we want to have opportunities for growth, but we also don't want to have our guys work, our officers, our males and females, working forced overtime. That is the worst. So what are we doing? This is a Band-Aid, right? So we're going to put a Band-Aid on and we're going to promote them. But what we're doing is now we're going to shift the burden, because now the PSOs are going to have to work that forced overtime. And they did it for years and years and years. And I know it firsthand. My husband had to do it because, too bad, minimum manning. So I'm trying to, I know what we're trying to do, why we worked so hard to get you here, was to avoid shifting the burden and have a vision and make sure whatever we do, we're going to need, if we hopefully go to 12s or 24s or some alternate staffing, how many sergeants do you need for that? How many road patrol do you need? Do you need more officers? What do you need? So that's what I'm missing in all of this. We got a request because overtime is high, and I appreciate that. Where was overtime last year? What else is going on? Where is everyone else's overtime? There's all these points and all these.
And so I would say that yes, overtime is always an issue. I mean, and it's just a fact of life, and it's never going to go away. I mean, we're always going to have overtime. But that really isn't my driving force for sitting here today. The sergeants are being forced into overtime because there has to be supervision on shift. And when we're lacking 2 supervisors that would otherwise be on a shift, then somebody has to be there. And again, it's to make sure that officers are doing their job, that the reports are coming in as they're supposed to, that they're in a timely fashion, that the elements of an arrest are there, that they're not violating people's rights. and that they're doing what they're supposed to do. And that is what is monitored by the sergeants. And additionally, even when the sergeants will come back and have to man the station when the medics are out so that somebody is in-house to take a truck out. So, and get to a fire scene, somebody's got to drive the truck. And when the medics are out, that is the sergeant. So there are a lot of things in play there, not just about overtime. But when you have just a small number of people that you have to choose from to work that overtime, they're working more. And so that is certainly a mental stress and physical stress on them when I'm supposed to work day shift. Well, I'm going to work days and afternoons today, but I might work afternoons and mids tomorrow. And so that is where the rub is with the sergeant position. So yes, 2 officers would then be absent from the shift to fill those spots. That's true. I mean, that's absolutely true. But we have a little more of a buffer there, and there's not a huge buffer anywhere. I mean, we're thin. We're running thin everywhere. But I have more officers than I have supervisors, and I have shifts where there is no supervisor scheduled, and so a sergeant has got to be there. And so I guess that's how I would address that. And it may be when, I mean, it's clear that the council would like to change the hours of work, and I know that there's conversation with the officers regarding going to 12-hour shifts, and I've worked them as I've expressed to you, and I'm very familiar with that. I have had some conversation with the officers regarding that. But we still have the same numbers, and yeah, I see what you're saying. It's, is it a shell game here that, we're doing this? But I mean, we are. I have to have supervision. I have to have officers too. But these are the numbers, and at some point, I can only imagine that I would come and ask for more officers when budgetary times get better, because as we discussed about, maybe trying to bring some of these units back that we've lost over time, and all of those things are things that we've discussed through my hiring process. But what I'm trying to express today is, and it's not just about, let's, stick with the status quo, we're looking for something different. I understand that, but I also understand the liability that we have as a department, the authority that is bestowed upon us, the great authority that's bestowed upon us, and the things that we are expected to do. And again, it's 3 disciplines that we're responsible for. I think the public safety model is very efficient. I love it. But supervision and frontline supervisors is essential. And it's essential for the city, for the residents, for the officers, so that we are doing things properly. Some of the 2 of the biggest things that cities get sued for is lack of supervision and lack of training. And I need frontline supervisors out there making sure that are trained properly, that we are doing our job the way we're supposed to.
Right. And so under the model that exists, although it's not staffed that way, there's actually 8 days a month when 2 supervisors are scheduled and actually work together to supervise 3 officers. Is that correct?
Well, there's
2 sergeants, not counting anyone else.
It could
road.
There could be those. So each officer picks their 8 days off per month, and so each of those sergeants would do that. And so, yes, there are days where they would both be scheduled, which is not a bad thing. It's another person that's on the road for sure. And if the EMS is gone or the ambulance is out, one of the sergeants can still be on the road and the other one come in and be there to take a truck and then be there to do a proper scene size up and things of that nature. But those are just the regular pass days that they would get. So you're mentioning that there's 8 days where there may be 2 together, but they also get vacation time. They also get personal leave days. And so, you pick these 8 days and I pick these 8 days. And in theory, we're both here these 8 days. But, my son's got a game, so I'm going to take this day off. You're going on vacation. You're going to be gone these 3 days. So that's just what it looks like with regular days off, not with adding time off for other reasons.
No, right. And I think I actually did the math wrong because I think it's more than 8. I can't remember, but I know there's overlap. But
there would be overlap on some days for
Right.
sure, but not most of the days.
yeah, and I guess I'm just looking for a plan that makes sure that on all levels, the department is as lean as possible. And I just feel like this is a Band-Aid that puts people in, because I don't know what the right number is for if we are blessed that they are willing to try it. We have to obviously negotiate that with and I don't know if that's the right solution. We have yet to get the data. We formed a subcommittee because former interim directors wouldn't give us the information. They wouldn't provide any specific data. Our attorney gave us great, all the different cities that did it. Through the interview process, we learned a ton about how public safety, how we are actually the only department to operate on 8 hours, I think is the information we were given, which was quite enlightening. So I would just personally like to see, it's not that I don't want to promote, because I 100%, I want everyone to make as much money as they can. I want there to be as many promotions as they can, but I just don't see that there aren't alternatives right now that aren't being considered while we address what is the plan. And if we can't accomplish the plan, that's one thing, but why are we going to abandon and skirt this way, especially when we haven't looked at the possibility of, in the short term, outsourcing the fire sergeant or the inspections or whatever, or the captains picking up the slack in the short term and monitoring the day shift. When there's a shortage on a day shift sergeant on a Monday through Friday, when you've got the staff you have, I just don't see it. So I'll stop talking. Thank you.
One thing I don't have an issue with at all is if in hand you have somebody who is going to retire who's a sergeant, you know that. Personally, I promote another sergeant, hire an officer to backfill that position. I don't want to put you behind in what you already are. So if you for sure have someone who's going, I think that we have to be proactive and start trying to at least keep you where you're at and start coming up with a plan to get you where you need to go. But that's my thoughts at this time. 'Cause if Eric Sergeant Meyer decides to retire, then now you're going to be behind on both sides.
Yes.
Sergeant, which you're already short on anyway.
And what will happen is I will take my investigative sergeant out of that position, and he will be on the road. And so there won't be a direct supervisor in there. Certainly, Captain Bisbee is overseeing a lot of things that are going on in there in that unit anyway, regarding search warrants and bigger cases that we've had, and there's been several of them. There's a lot going on. I mean, there's been a lot of hard work and a lot of things that have happened in the city just in my short time here. And I can assure you that both of those captains are, even though they're not on the road in a patrol car, they are out there on scenes. They are behind the scenes. They are advising the sergeants that are there working those particular things. And if I have to take the sergeant out of the bureau, then I'll have a relatively new detective in there and another gentleman that's going to be leaving the bureau, and another newer detective will be coming in by the summer, and two guys in there with very little experience and not as much oversight. I mean, someone has got to assign the cases and make those decisions about what's being investigated.
In progress.
And what maybe is not going to get investigated. And I need to make sure that these search warrants are right and that these things hold up in court and that reports that we're presenting to the prosecutor's office for warrants are professional, so that we are viewed in a professional light. And so there are all of these things also to consider. And we're getting it done now for sure, but it's not the most efficient, I don't believe, way. And certainly I'm open to ideas and suggestions. I would never say never to any idea. I am open to dialogue and questions and ideas and planning for sure. But the frontline supervisor is a difficult thing to get around. And I don't think we can get around it. I don't think it's a good idea to get around it. I don't think it's good for the organization or the city or the department. But again, like I said, I'm open to ideas and coming up with what we think is going to work. In the interim, though, I'm going to be short 3 sergeants here within the next 3 weeks, and I won't have any staff sergeants. They will be on the road.
Yeah, I'm not for it all. I'd like to eliminate or remove guys from detective bureau. There's too many things going on in this world to not have a detective bureau, and we've had a lot, like you said, going on in Fraser in the last few months, and the job they've done so far has been great, and we just got to keep maintaining that, at least at the level we're at. Councilman Suzanne Kolka.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Sam. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good. So here's my dilemma. Giving you some history, just kind of where we are today, and how we got here. So when I first was elected to council, we had a public safety millage that did not pass. And prior to that, we had had a public safety millage that didn't pass. And so when I was elected, I had to lay off 6 cops, I think 6 or 8. And then the next month, I had to close down our dispatch. It was very sad. It was extremely, extremely sad. I lost sleep over it. New fathers lost their jobs. It was terrible. And it was not something that I ever want to go through again. We are looking for, and when Councilmember Baranski says we want to be as lean as possible, is because we don't have the money. We don't have the money. So we are trying to juggle all the balls, right? Try to make our department look as amazing place as an amazing place to work, to recruit people, bring them in here. And so looking at the big picture, knowing that our community unfortunately didn't feel that it was necessary to put more money towards the public safety, we're trying to do the best that we can as a council to keep us a vibrant police force. And so one of the things that we had asked for I would say probably a good year or two when I was on council, was to get the data on how it would be if we went to 12s or 24s. We want to see that data. We want to see what that looks like. And so we've really never been presented with that. And we're hoping that this is a brand new perspective, right? So bringing you on board with the brand new perspective of taking a look at everything to see where we can save money. Where are we doing stuff? And I'm not suggesting that you're not doing that because you haven't even been here that long. I totally get that. I would be willing to give you some of those officers that you're requesting. But I will also stress, though, that I would want to see other options that we can look at. I also am very happy that for the first time in probably a long time, we're fully staffed, and we have 2 captains and a director that we didn't have. In fact, we haven't had that since I think the first year that I've been on council. So while I understand that we want to be fully staffed and the world is a changing environment, I totally get that. We have to be very cognizant of the fact that this community is the way this community is. And I want to make sure that you guys are happy, that you guys can be, can function and do your job as well as you possibly can. But I also have the competing interests of knowing what the residents want. They want a great police force, but they don't really want to pay for it, unfortunately, which is, unfortunate. But this millage went twice, and it was turned down by the voters decisively. So unfortunately, when I got on council, we had to do all those things, and we still had to raise mills for the public safety. And every year we've been here, we've had to either raise it and then maybe reduce it, but we've never not had to do it because we just are working at a deficit from that perspective. So I understand where you're coming from. In my heart, I want to give you everything you want. I would love to give you, 5 more police officers out there. I would love to. But I have to look at the big picture, and I got to be real about where we're at with the city, unfortunately. So I'd be willing to give you 1. I'd be willing to, allow you to promote 1 for now. If Sergeant Meyer does, in fact, put in his retirement, then come back in January. We can talk about it. We can talk about when we can get some more options, the data, and try to go for, in that direction. I know it's not what you want to hear. I totally get that. I really do. But I have to be realistic, okay? And I'm very sorry that I have to be realistic. But that's the way that it is. So I'm sorry, but that's what I'd be willing to do to kind of, bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack?
Yeah, I'll make this way quicker.
Hey, now.
I'm just saying. I compromise. I think the world right now is compromised. So I was actually going to say, like, I'm perfectly fine right now offering one person up, but there's a lot going on, as you know, in the background. And if we could get, like, an org chart would be great, because I know for a while there, they had, like, I'm just going to use my work for an example, they had more chiefs than they had Indians. And if you don't have enough Indians, as you know, it just doesn't work either. You can't have too many chiefs. So I'm definitely willing to meet you halfway right now, especially since you said the one person you're still on the fence with anyway. And then if Myers does retire, obviously that's a whole nother ball of wax as well. But then just come back. But at least we can start the ball rolling with one that's already, interested, and I'm assuming passed the tests.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's how I'm feeling.
Councilman Odell?
I was actually going to suggest the same thing, compromise with one, come back with some, to Ms. Baranski and Ms. Kolka's points, some plans on how to possibly do it better. Does that look like 12-hour shifts, things of that nature? One for now, show us what you can do with it. If we can't do it, then we have to relook at it, but I think one is a good compromise for right now. It's not ideal, it's not what we'd like, but I think talking with Ms. Baranski beforehand, a lot of the citizens, they want to see cops on the street. They want to see them patrolling the neighborhoods. If we're too top-heavy, that can be an issue sometimes. So I would be fine at one, so I'll make a motion that we approve one promotion to sergeant, given that they meet the criteria to become sergeant, and I'd be making that motion.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. The only comment I have on that motion, and I'll let Amy go next, is we still need to backfill because we're losing a person.
That's
So-
PSO stuff, not sergeant.
I know, but it's a
Okay.
PSO. So my was gonna make the motion is to promote one sergeant and backfill and start the process of hiring another PSO.
But we already have that as an open book for our director to do.
No, I know, but just to make sure that council, we agreed that that's where we want to go.
Yeah.
I
Because
thought we made that a standing order.
No.
it's not a standing order, it's,
And it's totally separate. Let's just keep them separate.
yeah, it is
I thought
a,
it was a standing order.
The standing order is the second come to us because we will approve it.
Right.
So that you can be proactive.
All right, well, then
So the second you realistically know this person is retiring,
let us know, we then.
Turn in the paper.
start the
because
process.
had we started it the first time,
Okay. So we'll just do two. so-
yeah, exactly.
Right,
Yeah.
so that's my comment just on the motion. Councilwoman Baranski.
No, I was going to literally do the same thing with the only caveat also, I would like to have, I want the data. We've been, and so I know you've been busy and that's why we've left you alone, but now you're coming for staffing. And so now we need to know what we need to know to help you get where you need to be.
And I want to give you
And
the
I know you do.
information that you're requesting, if I'm clear on what information.
Well, and that's
we're
what
looking
all I was going to say, the caveat's not part of the motion, but in addition to the motion, that you meet with probably whatever we called ourselves, the committee, the PSO committee, so then we can talk about it, and then you can get the data and bring it back to all of us. So then we know, okay, at a minimum, even if we did 12s, we need 6 sergeants, or we need 4 sergeants, or we need 14 officers, or whatever. So we know when we're moving the pieces of the puzzle, what the puzzle looks like.
Just preliminarily on the topic of 12s, I mean, so right now I have 3 shifts of 8. When we go to 12s, that's 4 shifts. So that's 1 sergeant per shift, which is 4 there, obviously. And then with the 6 that I'm hoping to retain, at least, that would give me 2 additional on the road to backfill when people are not there. And it's a matter of how we do that. Again, we're looking at swinging, which is not ideal, but it's an idea, and we're doing it now. Again, not perfect, but something to consider. And that is without, talking about the detective sergeant and the fire marshal. So
I'm fully in support of So not to cut you off, because that's for another meeting. because we still have a lot to do. But so I'm 100% in support of it because obviously, but that being said,
Okay.
you got to have the data.
And we can communicate more going forward now that
Sure,
into this
absolutely.
point where
And the sooner we can get things rolling, that would be great. I mean, I'm
Things need
on
to
board to
start
meet
motion.
whenever is possible.
it should probably be a monthly discussion to keep moving it forward. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any comments and questions on the motion from the audience? Good evening.
Sergeant Eric Myers, 33,000 Garfield. Standing order is that when you have a retirement that is occurring, you will hire. I am retiring on December 31st. She will have my letter next week, as was stated. I'm stating the fact to you folks and the folks on TV. I will be retiring. We need supervisors. This town started defunding the police before it was fashionable, and it continues. We have 29 total personnel, sworn personnel. When I started here, we had 31 officers on the road. You do what you need to do. I've made my statement. I will be retiring on the 31st. Please give her sergeants. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Art.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Any other comments? Bring it back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Just so now I'm going to make a motion that
do that.
in light of that you don't have to wait till he retires, you can now put out to hire a PSO because you're going to not be at 29.
Fantastic.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any comments and questions on that motion? Back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then we'll set up a meeting so that you can get us it hopefully by January because we're ready to move.
Yeah.
We
And
just
so
need-
are we. So absolutely,
bingo.
we're going to make that happen.
Let's pray you have time.
We do.
Well, no.
time.
You know what I'm trying to not, it's not that you won't make time, but pray we have a nice calm December and January in the city.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And please thank Mr. Meyer, Sergeant Meyer for his
Absolutely.
amazing service. Ask him to come back. We'll praise him.
Item D, the Spark Grant Application Resolutions of Support. Ms. Levin, I will turn this one over to you.
All right, so we've been talking about Spark grants for a little bit of time now, so I think most of you are familiar with this. Obviously, this is something that is fast-tracked through the state, and it's all based on some of the ARPA funding that they got. It's a 3-year program. The first year, they're offering $15 million in grant funding, and then each consecutive year after that, it's going to be $25 million and $25 million. So communities can apply for up to 3 grants for parks. And of that, the grant amount is from $100,000 to $1 million. So I have prepared 3 grant applications based on some of the need that's in the master plan and also one other one that we have a little bit more different scenario. So I prepared the grant applications for Stephens Park as priority number 1, Somerset Park as priority number 2, and Blanky Park as priority number 3. Now, please know that I'm not a grant writer. I never intended to be. This is something that I have been trying to squeeze in between all of the other work that I do. If for some reason we do not get any of these grants, we certainly can work on improving them, fluffing up some language, getting more information in there, changing them. With the short time schedule, I just need to get these grant applications in. I have been on several webinars regarding the grants, and it sounds like a lot of communities are putting in for a lot of it. One big thing is that it does not require any match money. So you'll notice that one of the applications, the one for Stephens Park, which is a pretty significant one, doing a lot of cleanup and restoration to the existing facilities that we have, primarily a lot of work over at Fort Fraser. That's $1 million ask, and I did put in there a 10% match, which is $100,000. One of the things about grant applications is that even if we do get the grant, we still have an opportunity to decline accepting the grant. So that's something, if we find out that we get a grant, I believe the time schedule is around February when they'll be announcing it. We'll be working on our budgets at that time, so that'll be something to take into consideration. The big thing that I'm looking for now is the approval of the resolutions to submit the grants, and also just to affirm the priority that I have them. That's it.
Councilman O'Dell.
So definitely the Steffens Park is a big thing. I think that's where, especially with the recreation plan, we need to focus the next few years to really, redo Fort Fraser. It's fallen apart, and if we get that, that'd be outstanding. So same thing with Blakey Park. I definitely like what I see with that application. The second one for Somerset, I do have a problem with. I don't think that the Spark grant in general should be used for correcting poor planning, things of that nature. So I wouldn't be in favor of the second grant application for Somerset. I'd prefer 1 and 3, but I don't agree with the funds being used for that purpose, because I don't want to affect our ability to possibly get future grants if we're, in my view, not using them as there should be attended. So I'd prefer to vote on them separately, but that's what I have.
Councilwoman Colco.
Thank you. I think that these are ordered, I think in order of priority accurately. I think that Steffens Park by far needs the most TLC for sure. Somerset Park, well, we got to do what we got to do. I mean, I think that is, if we get an opportunity to correct it, and we can correct it if, we find that, additional things can be done. And then Blanky Park, obviously, I think it's in the right order. So that would be what I would think, what I would propose that, yes.
And they're kind of the only parks that really met requirements that we could actually apply for, weren't they? The 3 with.
Really, any park that we have.
I thought some of them, what we needed, didn't apply because the paths weren't wide enough.
So one of the things that they're, I think, leaning heavily towards is more kind of restoration, renovation, as opposed to doing new parks.
Yeah. Right.
Can I add one more thing? Sure. Are these grants available, like, if we wanted to create, like, a new recreation facility? Like, just, like, in other words, like, explore what that might look like? Is that something that we...
So they're really prioritizing working with what you have now and improving what you have now. So I think a lot of other communities are probably like us, they have not really had a lot of the funding to maintain what they have. So that's really, from like a ranking perspective, what they're leaning more towards is restoration and repair.
Okay, thank you.
If you want to see a couple that I worked with when I was in that conference, just look up the one at Royal Oak, what they've done with their grants for community center.
Yeah.
It'll just blow your mind.
Okay.
Totally.
I will, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Sutherland.
So Ms. Levin, you may have already answered this question with restoration and repair, but was Rindell considered at all for these Spark grants? Because there's nothing there?
Well, we can only do 3. And one of the other things that they're looking for prioritization is ADA improvements. And one of the things from our master plan and the survey is the path at Blanky is only 6 foot wide. It doesn't meet the current standards. So that's why the significant thing there is widening that path, and then kind of a bonus thing is putting in the exercise equipment, adult exercise equipment.
Okay. Councilwoman Blanky.
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution 2022-10 for Steffens Park. A motion to approve resolution 2022-11 2022-11 for Somerset Park. And number 3, a motion to approve Resolution 2022-12 for Blanky Park.
Motion and second.
Separate motions? or
Pardon?
Are you doing 3 separate motions?
No.
You're doing them all as one?
Yeah.
Do you have to put in the motion the order of the, as to priority?
Well, then you make it.
No, no, no.
No, that's okay.
So she's saying 1, 2, and 3.
She did 1, 2, 3.
No, I thought I read it in priority.
Fine. Then that's,
No, you can make it.
no. I just want to make sure that it's set in there in the priority. We're on
Okay.
the same page.
Okay.
Just let the record know is the order sequence was.
Right. It's just, it was well-written. The motion's right in front of us. Hello?
We don't always read.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor at this time. Any comments and questions from the audience?
Michael Lessig, 15201 Fairview. As the city manager correctly stated, I believe the recreation plan is not required for these grants, but I would like to make note there is, I think you called it a typo, Stephens Park, from the park plan to the application, it is not a 39-acre park. So it is in the 20 acres, and you can pick whatever number you want from there. I agree that Stephens Park needs to be done. In the recreation plan, the numbers were represented by dollar signs instead of actual numbers, but I did translate that into real numbers, and what it appeared is that it was about $650,000 for Stephens Park. There's been no plan produced or shared with the public about this plan. In the past, we've debated asphalt versus concrete in Pompo and Stephens Park. So I think this is something that, should these resolutions go through, that I would appreciate it if the public was provided this information as well. As far as the second one, that Somerset, it appears that we're replacing 2-year-old equipment because it's in the wrong place. So I really don't think that's the purpose of federal grants, and I think that's not an appropriate use, but it's your vote. And the third thing is Blanky Park. I think that's long overdue. ADA path stuff, that's very, very popular with the federal government. And so I hope we get something in that regard. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
2 noes. Councilman Baranski.
I don't know if now is an appropriate time, but just because you brought it up about Rindell Park, is the concern because you want to see something done there? So, and I agree with you, and so I would challenge you in a good way. Let's let's go. Let's make that something we look at, because that is a park that is not been attended to, and there's a lot of reasons for it. We don't have enough money, but I think that if we find money at some point, but we want to have a deliberate plan because there's other issues that occur in that area that we don't want to put money in and then see, unfortunately,
And I think that there are opportunities for that area where we could potentially put equipment, or maybe not necessarily put equipment, but there are things that we could do with it that would get immediately defaced.
Bingo. Okay, I like it.
Is he coming out with me this time? Oh my gosh.
Item E, the employee handbook update.
So Sarah and I have been working with Labor Council recently on the Teamsters negotiations for both DPW and clerical, and one of the significant changes that we made is we removed, in essence, the unlimited sick time. So taking a look at our employee handbook, which governs the department heads, myself, and other non-union full-time and part-time staff, the language was still in there that pretty much gave unlimited sick time instead of if you're sick more than a certain number of days, it goes into Family Medical Leave Act, or any type of self-insurance that you might have, like Aflac or something like that. So worked with the Labor Council to develop language to be consistent with what we have approved and changed in the Teamsters contract. So just looking for approval tonight to make those changes.
Councilman Odell.
Make a motion to approve the employee handbook update as submitted to council.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any comments and questions on the motion? Any from the audience? All in favor? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Ragsdale.
So my question is, I just had some necessary life-changing surgery on Saturday. Where does that leave me? Because I went off according to our old policy. So, and I produced the paperwork that I needed to that was required by our policy. So where does that leave me? Where you put sick time in our banks? How does those changes get implemented? Does it start the beginning of the year? Does it start immediately? Do we still have some sort of short-term disability? I have a lot of questions.
Mark, just to let you know, we need to observe, make sure the HIPAA laws are filed here in this case. So if you can call the city manager and HR tomorrow, they can give you the answers that we do, but it's something that we shouldn't do over the air. Not violating any HIPAA rules or anything like that.
I think I can give some basic answers about how this will roll out for staff. So effective tomorrow is how this policy would be, and everybody would get a sick day in their bank for the month of December and would be accruing 1 sick day per month as customary for a lot of organizations and the union. Other than that, people would be expected to use any type of vacation sick time, vacation, personal time, whatever other time that they have for any type of absences. I did talk to Sarah prior to the meeting, talking about for circumstances where people, because this is a bit of a surprise, we would allow them to go into a negative for sick time up to a certain extent. Certainly not a full year, but we would definitely work with people on that.
Okay. Just follow up with the managers tomorrow, Mark. That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. Council, sorry guys, the library, but it's long sitting up here.
Literally like
Kathy.
She went to the ladies' room.
Yeah, she did. She'll be back.
Oh,
She went to the restroom.
She went to the restroom.
No, she.
Well, she said she was going that way. And
Oh, maybe she left.
She told me to say she'd be right back.
Oh,
She
okay.
asked if Mike was back up here.
Alrighty, well, continue.
Is her
Yeah,
stuff?
she'll be fine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She'll be back. Go
We'll
ahead.
be back. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order at 8:34 PM. Item 8, library board request. So we left off last meeting with council's request on some information. A lot of information has been going back and forth, so it's a little bit confusing, but we'll go ahead and open it up for you guys, and you can have the floor, and then we'll go from there.
Hi, so I believe we got most of the questions we said we would take care of answered. And you guys have the title information and stuff that we could find. So I am here to answer any additional questions you may have. By the way, Lorena McDowell, sorry, Library Director.
And Scott Hogan, I'm the library's attorney. And also here is the library's architect, project manager, the city's bond counsel, and the city's municipal advisors are also here.
Okay, full crew tonight. Perfect, thank you. So I think, Amy, you had the most questions leaving last time, so we'll go ahead and I'll let
Okay.
you start off. And
Well, I mean, what I tried to do, in fairness, and I warned you guys that was going to happen because we did not have the information ahead of time. And as you see, we're very deliberative. There's no rubber stamping. I got to know. And it's funny because something you wrote, I have another question from the email you sent yesterday. But what I tried to also do is just as people either approached us or I saw on social media and they asked questions, they're legitimate questions, whether I agree with them or not. We ask questions and get information out. And, you know, Kyle Burley is a family friend. I'm going to be at his parents' house tomorrow, but that doesn't mean anything. And we had many long conversations about this, gathering information and whatnot. So, because I think that the more transparent we all are about who we know and what we're doing and why we're doing it, I think it's just better across the board. So the one... and 90% of the things are answered by the library. The most recent question that came up, apparently the bond, and it might be for the bond attorney, so the proposal or the language of the resolution was changed by the library board when it was adopted. And so then I saw, and so I was like, well, as long as you're okay, you know, because you have your duties to us, and I'm protecting us, meaning the city, not me. So then I saw your email talking about the payments and all that. So that led me to think, well, hold on, how does this actually work? So, because this is the first time I've seen the city do a bond like this, where we're bonding out a project that we're then not in charge of. So I have two questions. One, which is the revised resolution, is that appropriate for the city's protection? And the second question is, how does it work so that the money comes in, and in a construction project, hopefully everyone gets paid, and if they don't get paid, and it happens, the contractors have recourse. They can put a lien on the building, they can file a lawsuit. How does it work? Can they take action against the bond? Does it risk the city? Not to say you're not going to do it, but everything I'm doing is to make sure the city has the lowest risk possible. So I wanted to know, and I don't know if Don answers that, I don't know who answers that, like, how does the payments work to make sure the contractor's being paid to reduce the risk to the city? Those are the two questions I have to start. Yeah, please. Should've just said thanks for everyone.
Musical chairs. When the music stops.
I feel so important.
So Tom Coles with Miller Canfield. So there's really two streams of funds here, right? You have the bond proceeds. So if bonds are sold, there's going to be money that's going to be received from the bond purchaser, and it's going to go into a construction fund, right? The way that the resolution's drafted currently, the city holds that construction fund, and presumably the library could present invoices, and the library is going to hire the contractors to undertake the project. So a good question for the library is, of course, they're going to be bonded, right? So let's not get confused with the bond issue, but the bonded on the actual work that's being done. And so as invoices are presented, the library board could approve the invoices, submit them to the city pays them out of the construction fund. That's how funds can flow out of the bond fund, right?
Is that how it's typically done with,
Well-
in your experience as a bond counsel?
Well, this is unusual, right, where you have two separate entities, really, but there are certain circumstances that are relatively similar, that this is kind of the way that we've been structured. Like a county might issue for a local project, but the county holds those funds, right? So, again, you have a responsibility. These are tax-exempt bonds. We have to follow the tax rules associated with them with respect to investment. If there's any extra earnings on the project fund, those are considered bond funds, and the IRS says you have to spend them on projects. If there's, arbitrage that has to be rebated after every 5-year anniversary. So we have to track, those funds have to be tracked, right? The bond funds have to be tracked. They can only be used for capital expenditures and paying cost of issuance. So that's the only thing you can use bond funds for. You can't use bond funds to operate even if the city did for their own projects, you're bonding for capital expenditures. You're not bonding for operations, right? So we're tracking how those funds are used, because if in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years down the road, the IRS comes back and says, hey, I want to audit your deal. So show me all the records. So how did you spend your money? So you need to have records maintained as to who was paid, copies of invoices, how much did you earn in that construction fund during the period of time before all the funds were expended, and did you earn any arbitrage? So meaning, quick lesson on arbitrage, you're going to have investment earnings in that construction fund, right? Because not everything's going to be coming in and out on the same day. The bond's going to have a yield that you're going to pay to the bondholder. Let's just say that's 4%. If you earn more than 4%, so say you earn 5% in your investments, so that 1% difference is called arbitrage. And the IRS says you can keep up to the 4%, up to the bond yield, but the rest of it you have to rebate back to us, because we've already given you a tax benefit, and we'll let you have the tax benefit up to that 4% threshold. Anything above that, you have to rebate back to the United States government after the first 5 years, unless you meet certain spend-down exceptions. So if you spend the money fast enough, within a 2-year period of time, there's 6-month testing, 18-month testing, 24-month testing. So there are exceptions to having to rebate money back to the IRS, but nevertheless, that money needs to be tracked. And the IRS wants to know at the end of the day how those monies were spent, and they were spent for proper government purposes. So that's the construction fund side of it, right? So bond proceeds come in, go into a construction fund, and then they get dispersed out to pay costs of the project. So that's what the resolution says. The bond
That's the
funds.
resolution that we would adopt.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's correct. So so that's one source of funds, is the bond funds. The other fund is how the bonds get repaid, right? So the bond resolution that I drafted has a construction fund and a debt retirement fund. The purpose of the resolution that was initially with the library was, how's the money getting from the library fund or from the library to the city for payments?
Okay.
Right? So in certain circumstances, what can happen is city levies the tax for the library, and then it goes into a library fund, and then the library board controls the expenditures of those funds. That happens in certain situations. My understanding is that the library actually has the funds are a library fund that the library actually holds. So the change was to say, hey, when the city collects the taxes, it's going to take what it needs and put directly into the debt retirement fund to pay the bonds, and the rest of it will go to the library for the rest of its purposes, right? So it's actually, I think, a little bit of a cleaner mechanism, because you're already collecting the library tax for the library, and then you then deposit that right in what you need for that next year's principal payment and the 2 interest payments, right? So you think about how bonds are paid. In any year, you're going to have 1 principal payment, and then you're going to have 2 interest payments. So currently, it's set up with April and October payments. So you would have October would be a principal and interest payment, and then April would just be an interest payment, right? So, and then when the city collects the taxes, includes the library tax, you'll know if, once the bonds are priced and sold, you know exactly what debt service is for the life of the bond issue. Fixed rate, you know exactly how much you need for that purpose. So every year, you'll know, the library will know exactly how much funds are needed to go into that debt retirement fund to make that payment. So that was the purpose of the library board resolution. Again, I had drafted it assuming that monies were going into a library fund that the city controlled and that the library actually, would request money out of the library fund as it needed for those purposes, as opposed to, well, no, it's actually, I think, structured where the library actually has the funds. So before those taxes get remitted over to the library to go into the library fund, you put it into the debt retirement fund, what's needed for debt service that next year.
But for the construction fund, the way the resolution is worded is that we hold the money. Correct. And they control the construction through their bonded contractors, and they then submit invoices to us and we pay the invoices?
So the resolution is vague when it comes to how money actually comes out of the construction fund, intentionally.
No, that's like the worst.
I understand that, but the construction
we're
fund.
all on the same page.
No, but
right?
this is a discussion that can take place in an agreement reached between the library and the city as to how you want this to happen, right?
Fair.
So the resolution says right now that the money's going into that construction fund, and it's being used to pay cost of the project and cost of issuance, because that's the only permissible use for those bond funds, right? Now, it doesn't say how the money comes out of that fund and whether it goes to the library to pay invoices or whether the city pays invoices. I mean, from a structural standpoint, if the library board approves, the library's going to have all these, they're going to deal with the contractors, right? They're going to have invoices, and they could approve those invoices pursuant to their library board, can approve the proper invoices. They could submit them to the city, and the city sends the money over to the library, and then the library pays their vendors, as opposed to the city paying the vendors. I think it's probably cleaner to have the city remits the money back to the library makes its payments.
How do we make sure they got paid? And again, don't take any this is about, I'm
Yeah.
dotting my I's and crossing my T's.
Yeah.
Because in 5 years, when the IRS comes, or when a contractor comes, or whatever, because now if we're holding the money, I don't want to get the city sucked in. If, heaven forbid, this whole board leaves, a new board comes, and someone walks off with all the money. And it's not you.
I mean, I'm not so sure how you provide for that other than, they have obligations to pay, and they're going to pay them.
Because I'm trying to do the least amount of work for the city, obviously, but
Right.
because I don't want them having to.
Well, at the end of the day, it's the city's it's the city's bond issue that's out in the market. So the city's going to have responsibilities in association with the deal. You can't avoid that. You are the issuer of the bonds. So the bond resolution talks about certain things of, for example, we're selling bonds out in the market. There's an offering document that's used to sell bonds out in the market. That offering document has a lot of information about the city's finances, because you're pledging your full faith and credit to support this bond issue. So the information, if I'm an investor and I know nothing about Fraser, and I live out in Montana, that document's going to give me all the information I need to make an informed investment decision. So it's going to have information about where you're located, what county are you in, what are your major taxpayers, what's your history of tax levies and collections, because you're using taxes to pay this back. So there's a lot of financial information that goes into that document that's used to market the bonds. The SEC, MSRB says, hey, that's great. When you send that document out, it's got current information. So if I buy bonds when they're initially sold, I have a document that has all the current information. But these bonds are going to be out there for 20 years. So if I want to buy bonds in years 5 or 7 or 10, where do I get current information? Well, the city is going to covenant to update that information annually. So they're required to update certain financial information in that offering document annually. And it posted on a website that the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board has for bond issues. So if anybody owns a municipal bond, you can go on that website, Emma, and look up your bond issue, and it'll have the initial documentation and all the updated information that's done annually. It has your audit on there, so you're filing your audit every year too. So if I buy the bonds in year 7, I can pull down the initial offering document and every year's updated information and get a clearer picture as to the current financial status.
I got it. So when do the parties work out the details in terms of the?
I think you should work it out before you issue the bonds. So
That's what I wanted to hear. So all details should be worked out before we.
I think everybody would want that to have that, right? I mean, so I think you do it before you issue the bonds.
Okay. And then I forgot now, unfortunately, what my first question was, but I have another question for you, and I don't know if it's you or Don. It's probably for Don. Can the millage be revoked by a vote of the people? And not just this millage, but just in general. So like we have an ambulance millage, been around for forever. So, because I'll take it away from the library. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but these are the questions that keep me up at night. I'm not even going to say it because people will freak out. If we didn't need the ambulance millage because we were having other people do our things, could the citizens come, put it on the ballot, and get rid of it? Do we know? That was one of the questions I did ask ahead of time, in fairness. But Lorraine punted it to you.
That is not something that I have researched. I did take a brief look into it just in thinking ahead for tonight. I do not believe that could be true. I believe the only time that one could be rescinded is when the need is no longer there. Because then you'd be taking in money to not pay for the thing that it's designed for.
So what does that mean?
So, for example, if you outsourced EMS services and no longer use public safety or medics for those kinds of things, but you had money coming in to pay for that service that you no longer provided, unless you were able to use it or translate that money to the outsourced service, you would no longer be using the money for the purpose for which it's being raised.
Got it. So if they were, now taking it back to the library, and obviously I'm assuming you'd want to do more research because you don't ever give us an answer without. If they didn't buy this building, did the renovations 10 years down the road, they have a very healthy fund balance because they have a lot of money coming in. That'd be amazing programming. Then maybe they could say the need's no longer there for this extra millage.
I think that's a different question.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, because I think in that circumstance, you're levying to the extent that you have you don't have to levy the full amount all the time every year if it's
right.
not
Yeah, that's why I was
necessary.
assuming like setting aside the bonds. Like that's why it's like I just like your personality. I like it. It's very matter of fact. But so those are my two questions, and whatever my third one was.
At the libraries.
So I apologize.
Sorry, I'm sure you'll think of
The
it.
first thing I said. What did I say? Roll back the tape. I have a ton of things written down, but I didn't know I was going first.
It's all right, go 3rd and 4th and 6th, and
I'm done. Thank you.
Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. My question is not relative to the funding or the bonds or anything. I have learned if you're going to make a decision in life and that, you better start at the beginning of the story. So that's where I want to start. I would like to start at the beginning as far as this proposal. I did receive an answer from you, Lorena, saying that, and I don't know if any of you gentlemen or are Mr. Foster, Mr. Swift, or Mr. Collins. Are any of you here?
He's a representative of them.
I work at that firm, yeah.
Bingo. Okay. I found okay.
Mr. Swift.
Shell game. I gotcha. Okay. This is my concern as a resident. This proposal confuses me because I feel that I'm not accusing anyone of fraudulent terms or anything. I'm going to use the word misleading. I'm going to read part of the proposal, if you don't mind. Shall the city of Fraser, Macomb County, Michigan, be authorized to levy a new additional millage annually in an amount not to exceed 1.0 mil. That would be $1 on each $1,000 of taxable value against all taxable property within the city for a period of 20 years, 2023 to 2042, inclusive, for the purpose of, and these are my buzzwords here, funding, operating, maintaining, equipping, and making improvements for the Fraser Public Library for all other library purposes authorized by law, question mark. Now, I realize that the end part of this, for all other library purposes, is the catch-all. I understand that. However, in my heart, I believe that when this was presented to the residents of Fraser, they saw the words funding, operating, maintaining, equipping, making improvements. It no way within that proposal said realty, moving, proposal to purchase another location, another building, another institution. And I just wanted to express that that's how I feel. That's how I read it. I'm not a lawyer. I am not trained in any way, field that you are. However, I just feel it was very misleading, and I just would like your opinion on what you feel. If you could explain, how do you get from these basic terms to real estate, moving $7 million in a bond issue that wasn't really, I don't feel it was represented well in this or clear. Thank you.
Well, if you looked at the millage plan that's on the website and all the stuff that we sent out, we do talk about the building needing improvements and problems that are there, and that we'd be looking at either refurbishing that building or possibly moving to a different site that is also an historical site. And we did put that right in the millage plan, that was something we were looking at doing. But we still hadn't priced everything out at that point or done stuff, but we knew that we needed all of these things in order to provide things we were talking about. Which is one of the reasons the way the proposal was set up was to cover all those kind of things. So we could do everything that needed to be done.
Okay, well.
And so it does cover either, changes, improvements, renovations at the existing building, because we had been in discussions with the city about taking over the building, or, it certainly authorizes the library to purchase a different building and make improvements and renovations there. So it as I think was talked about earlier, it is broad, I understand that, but it certainly authorizes the library to purchase another building.
Okay, well, Lorena, to your point, you said that you did put it on the website, a more a more embellished explanation of what. Well, everyone in the city does not have a computer. Everybody doesn't go to the website. I know there was a flyer mailed to some homes.
Postcard that went to every address.
Pardon?
There was a postcard that was sent to every address in the city.
Okay, I personally, there was a postcard, and wasn't there a flyer somewhere?
The flyer was not us. The flyer would have been the Yes Committee. So
Pardon?
That would have been the Yes Committee, which is a different group that when people are, what's the word I want to use?
It's a group that supported.
Supporting, yes, the people that support but are not necessarily affiliated with the library. So
they came from the city.
They're from the city.
Like lobbyists or something, or what?
Citizens. It's citizens. It's a citizen committee. Some of the people that were on that committee are actually here in the room tonight, but they're separate from the library. So the flyer came from the Yes Committee. The postcard came from the library. That's why the postcard, all we had was factual information. There was even a QR code that directly linked to the millage info on the website. And that went to every address in the city. That was the best we could do to try to make sure people could have that info.
Well, you sent it to every person in the city?
Every address.
Address.
So if somebody else was at your house and got your mail, they may have been thrown out by somebody, but one card went to every address.
Okay. Well, we're kind of going away from, we're talking about a postcard, and I understand that, just like I understand the survey of 250 people. And now you explain that the flyer came from a different group. You mentioned, I'm sorry, Mr. Collins.
Hogan.
Hogan. Oh, well, then I didn't even get your name.
I'm at the Foster Swift firm.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Hogan. But to where I'm trying to take this is that, we can talk about postcards, we can talk about the internet, we can talk about the flyer, but the reality is when people went to vote, this is what they saw, what I read. I understand vague. I'm sure people understand vague. They understand the government. They get it. They probably were also, and maybe not, it did pass. I realize that. It wasn't a landslide. And anyone I spoke to since didn't understand it. They voted on what you said, okay, and not necessarily what you didn't say. So I thank you for your time. I just wanted to clear that up, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kolko.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming and sitting through the meeting. So I, where do I want to begin? So I have to agree with Councilwoman Blanky's comments. Based on the actions that have been presented right after this millage passed, the goal was always to move into buy a new property. And I feel like this process has been rushed. I feel like we say one thing that we didn't have this information. We're just now doing, things, inspections, assessments, when the concept is a year old. And the budget or the bond, not the bond, but the millage language should have included that in it. One of the things that I have to keep in mind with the city is we tried very hard to make sure that the PA 33 language was crystal clear so that the people knew what they were doing. And they didn't want it. Okay, fine. But this language, I can't get behind as being what is being presented now. The other thing, too, is that what we're being presented with is concept. I need to see real numbers. I need to see real figures. And I think that's only fair to the residents. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the residents would still approve the millage as it was written and presented to the people. But as the fiduciary of the city, I think we need to know what those are. We need to know what those numbers are. We need the picture. I'm really very disappointed because, and I know I don't do the good cop, bad cop very well. I'm very direct and, rough around the edges, but we should have had a very comprehensive proposal that was provided to us that is up to date. And Lorena, to your point about, what was on the website, okay, so you put it in a paragraph on page 4. It should have been in bold letters. This is what we want to do. Let the people know. Why don't you want to let the people know? This is our intent. This is for the best for the city. This is the best avenue for the library. And here's why. It's not hidden on page 3 in a paragraph. So for me, it's just not forthright. And it's not forthcoming. And I have more questions now with the answers to these questions than I had before. I mean, why are we waiting until December 15th to get the results from the building inspector and the environmental site assessment. Why didn't we do that 3 months ago? Why didn't we do it in November of last year when we were looking at the site to begin with? I'm just saying, because I think that that's the transparency that this city deserves to see.
Okay, Marlene Heft, library trustee. We did talk to them at PNC about a year ago, but we didn't have the funding ourselves. And so, I mean, that's like a person going out looking at a house, but they don't have the income to support a mortgage. So PNC wasn't talking to us, wasn't giving us access to any of this stuff to do that. What we had to do was we had to secure our funding first. So this would be like the equivalent of an individual. If you went out and looked at a house and you found a house that you really liked.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but did you just say that PNC wouldn't work with you because you didn't have the funding?
Yes.
Well, I disagree with that. I mean, I have houses. Well, I just disagree with that. You are an entity of the city of Fraser, and you're looking at purchasing a building, and you're going to tell me that well, maybe the bank didn't want to, but the owner of that bank, and it's been for sale for quite a while. In fact, it was for sale last year in November of 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so, at some point a year ago, whether you got funding 2 months ago, you obviously. I mean, look, we don't need to debate the issue, okay?
Can I finish my statement?
When I'm finished my statement,
okay.
if you don't mind. I just feel like it was underhanded and it really could have been presented to us up front. I think this city is, I mean, these are the things that really make me crazy with this city, because it's like, why can't you just come out and say it? If I wanted to buy a house, I'd be all over the place. This is my plan. This is what I want to do. This is what I'd like to do. We wouldn't be hiding it. We wouldn't be putting it on page 3 and sending a postcard. I mean, I just think that that's, I just don't buy it. I apologize, but I just don't buy it. And I'm a hard no until I get actual numbers, transparency, 100%. I want actual numbers with regard to the construction costs. I want to know, I want studies done that shows after COVID what you guys intended to do from a media standpoint. Things have changed dramatically. I mean, I don't even go to court anymore. We don't even need to go to court anymore. So, I mean, I want to see, like, because you're now buying a building that's double in size. And without any, I mean, we haven't seen any real plans other than we're going to have plans, we're going to have, new programs, and we're going to, update, we're going to spend $96,000 on technology. What are you going to do with it? Because I'm not comfortable allowing a bond when I have okay, here's your rubber stamp. I'm not doing that. And I'm very passionate about it. And I apologize, but I'm not sorry, because this is the kind of passion that the city needs. So you can finish your statement.
Okay, I came up here to address the question that you asked about why we didn't start moving forward with inspections and things like that a year ago when we knew we were interested. I don't know quite what verbiage that I should use here. However, we did send a letter of intent to PNC, and it was rejected because we did not have the income to support payments. So we went to the city, we went to the citizens, and we requested a millage. And now we have the income to support to support the payments that we would need to make. So the bonds that we're talking about here are essentially our mortgage for buying a new place. So as soon as we had the income, we started negotiating with PNC, and of course they were happy to work with us once we had the income stream to support the payments. But that is why we did not start any of this process earlier. We couldn't until PNC was willing to work with us, because we looked like serious buyers. Okay, that's what I wanted to explain to address that question.
Thank you.
And just one comment I want to bring up about, we're always bringing up this PA 33 item But just for the record, PA 33 had a group in Macomb Township who were government against taxes spend 20 times, I think it was over $100,000, because they're just anti-taxing to put negative and false information out on PA 33. It was disgusting. I worked for the department. The things they said were disgusting, but people believe what they read, unfortunately. So, I don't want to hold that PA 30 as a crutch, but this council still did the right thing and did what they had to. And I'll just continue on, and I'll get my questions after everybody else. Councilwoman Sutherland.
So I just have a couple of things.
I'm sorry, Ms. O'Dell.
What?
Go ahead.
The first is that, so Amy and I were at the bank with the real estate agent and Lorena, and I can confirm that the real estate agent did advise that they would not work with the library until a potential millage was approved. The real estate agent said it. I see Amy's making a face at me, but.
I think it's semantics. I think, no, I'm sorry.
That's okay, but it was that, they wouldn't work with them seriously. They wouldn't even entertain an offer until they had substantiated that funding. The other thing is just, I think that every time that we've come with questions for the library, they've gotten back to us and given us answers to our questions. I think that at the end of the day, the residents voted that this is their will, and we have to believe that they've done their due diligence and/or interpreted the language in the millage proposal, and that they understand it and/or have done the research. And that their will was to increase the taxes by 1 mil and empower the library to make decisions as to what was going to happen with that money. The residents vote for us also. And I don't think that it's our responsibility to question their will. We have to trust sometimes what their will is. And that's it. That's my 2 cents.
Councilman O'Dell.
All right. I've worked in finance for a long, long time. And yes, real estate, banks, they will not deal with you unless you have the money to pay the bill. That's just a matter of fact in finance and real estate. So I 100% agree with you. They're not going to take you seriously until you have the money to pay for it. It's just, that's how it is. That's how finance works. When we were here last month, there was 2 questions that we needed to get answered. One was if there was any liens on the property that would prevent the city from selling it down the road. And the answer to that is there are no liens on that property or restrictions on what we can do with that property, correct? Correct. Okay. And the way you have this bond set up is the mill comes in, the money's taken out for the payment, and then the rest is put in the account. It can only be spent on capital improvements. Most of these proposals, if you saw any of the state of Michigan proposals recently, making heads or tails of them were pretty tough. They're vague in a certain way because let's say you get the mill passed and the bank says, no, we want a lot more than what we originally talked about, and that's not a viable option. So then you got to go to another option, but you got to have the money in place to do that other option. You presented us 2 options, fixing the existing building or buying a new one. It's cheaper for you to buy the new one, provide the services that you want to provide the residents, which they voted on and approved. So the voters have approved this millage. The money is coming in to pay this bond. The risk is minimal, correct? That was the other thing we're looking at. Does it affect our credit rating for city? I think the bond folks sent through communication that the city has the ability to borrow up to $54 million, I believe it was. And we're borrowing 7, looking at a bond fund for the roads around 25, so we're still way below. The risk to our rating, I believe, is so minuscule it can't be calculated. I really do believe that. So I support doing this. I think having a historic building in Fraser be around for 20 years for all the citizens to enjoy Makes a lot of sense. I'd eventually like to see the old building just get sold and out of our inventory because it's really a liability, not an asset. But regardless. So I think the question for me comes down to when we were talking about the bond, who controls the money. You know, the money comes in for the bond sale. Let's say you got $6.5 million in the account. Who gets the money to pay the bill? How are you going to pay the construction people? Is it the city that's going to do it? You bring us the invoices? What is your ideal situation that would make the city feel warm and fuzzy that those bills are going to get paid and not go into somebody's pocket?
I mean, the best thing, as far as we're concerned, would be if we could get the money so that we can pay everything directly to the people rather than having to have another middleman to go through, to have to take stuff to the city, to then have it go out from there. Because we pay our own bills that way. So we're all set up to pay bills all the time, which would make it easier. Plus, we are starting to invest with Michigan Class. Have you guys heard of that? Which is actually is okayed by the state of Michigan and all of the things that it's a fund that governmental entities can actually put money into, much like a CD or something like that, where it's a secured thing, which has a much higher return rate on it. So which means that it would make our money we get in bonds substantially higher because it has you can retrieve. I'm doing a sale.
Staying within the arbitrage rules.
Yeah, staying within the arbitrage rules. Well, it makes more money per day than being in a savings account or anything like that, and you can take money out every day. So it's not like you have to put it in there and leave it for years. You have a turnover, so that's what our goal was to do with the stuff, so we would have more funds to use for capital for the projects.
Okay. But what checks and balances can you give to the city?
Yeah, I guess. But how do we get it?
I think it's safe to say that if the city feels more comfortable with holding the money and the library board approves it, and we send the invoices or the information to that city, and either the city pays it or the city pays the library, who then turns around and pays it. I think the important thing for the library is that we need this bond money. So if the city feels more comfortable dispersing it itself, I think we can live with that.
Could it be done in a monthly, here's all our invoices for the month for the capital outlays? Because the money from the bond has to be specifically.
Yeah.
I can wait.
Okay. This is stuff that is not my.
That's all right.
It's a group effort here.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Aaron Phillips, McCarthy and Smith. Great question. Very similar project in White Lake Township several years ago. Very similar dynamic as here. Once a month basis, we will present to both the library and city council a cost control package that will give a transparent accounting for all the billings accrued in that period of time. And it's a full auditable, transparent packet that goes over any material incurred, labor incurred. It's again, fully transparent package for your approval, whoever would like to see that, of course. It also goes to the library board. Once that's processed, it also has waivers of lien from the previous month's billings. At the end of that, you have a fully auditable package that gives final waivers of lien. I think there was an earlier question from Ms. Baranski.
So if I understand you right, you're saying that the city holds the money, you provide this on a monthly basis so we know what you need, or are you saying we give you the money and you're providing this on a monthly?
Who holds the money is not I'll leave that up to the attorneys.
Okay.
As far as the accounting and the billing cycle and schedule, that's our job as construction manager to provide you with that information. Once it's blessed off or thumbs up on that approval, whoever cuts the check,
so you're
makes no difference to me.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Because I think that's a concern. You know, if we want to make sure the money's actually going for what its purpose is, because it's our credit on the line. Okay, and as long as there's controls to that aspect, at least speaking for myself, I would be comfortable with that. The other thing, let me see, the other thing we're talking about, credit standing's good. You're asking for up to $7 million, correct, for the bonds, based on what was submitted?
It's correct.
Okay. All right. And I don't feel, when this was coming up for vote, I don't feel like there was anything hoodwinked on anybody. Everybody can find their own information. People that want to can put up as much time and effort in research and proposals as anybody. There's nothing restricting people on there. I knew about the meetings. I got the information. I knew it wasn't a secret that you guys were looking at it. But in finance, you got to have the money before you can make an offer. It's just, like I say, going back to it, it's just the way it is. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2023 capital improvement bonds as submitted to council for the Fraser Public Library not to exceed $7 million. Payments of those bonds will follow the submitted resolution approved by the Library Board of Trustees on 11/22/22 that allows the city to withhold and pay the principal and interest portion of the bond payments yearly until paid in full.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and support, but we still have lots of questions up here, so. My couple of comments are just a couple of things. And we talk about language, and I just want to end it there, believe me, I've lived in Fraser all my life, and the schools have done very different bags of language to get the items that they need and buy the things that they need too, so the things that surprised me, but, I know one of the issues with the city now is the old building. And we understand there's not a lien and all that, and we're gonna be stuck with it in 2 years and what to do with it. And I asked Don this question, and our planning too is, some of these funds, can they, and if the library would even agree, is to bring that building back to code, so when it's turned over back to the city, it's a viable building that the city doesn't have to sink all their resources into to try to bring it up and try to sell it again. That's just more burden on the city to do that. I don't know what those costs would be, would it be due, but, again, it's the city's given this building to the library for so many years. I don't think we've charged rent or anything like that, but we're getting back, it's like a renter. You rent it out and you get it back and it's just totally destroyed. It takes you thousands and thousands to put it back to order to try to rent it again, so. And my only other concern is just, of course, is always the asbestos. I don't know if you have any information on that yet. I've been through there, I know it's there too. I know sometimes in projects, that does take a big hit. I know builders in Detroit, they take over these buildings and find asbestos, and their project costs just go through the roof. So those are just two comments that I have about, what can we do with the old building to bring it up to at least presentable code for the city to dispose of it, or decide what to do with it, and then the asbestos, ensuring that it's not going to take your funds and blow a lot of it.
I can address question number 2. The asbestos Chemtech recently conducted an environmental survey, ACM, throughout the entire building. There were 2 areas found with asbestos-containing material, greatly lower than what I would anticipate seeing on buildings of that age, which is great news for the city and for the library. The basement being the biggest component, it's all the tile and the mastic associated with that floor tile in the basement. That would, if disrupted, that would need to be abated somewhere in the ballpark of $4 to $5 a square foot over about 1,200 square feet. So definitely not a lot of money there. And then there's a coating on the bottom of a kitchen break room sink that contains asbestos that would be abated as well within the construction. So
None of the heating or cooling?
no, sir. All the pipe insulation was examined and looked at, and none of that. So that was a pleasant surprise for the betterment of the project.
That is good news. And I don't know if anyone's willing to even comment on my first question, but that was just a thought of doing that about the building.
Okay.
From what we know of the cost to fix the current building, that's,
Saying totally renovate, I'm just bringing.
no, I'm not even totally renovate, but fix some of the stuff, that's going to be a chunk of money that would make it so we wouldn't have enough to fix the other building. So that would kind of leave us very short.
And we've been discussing for a couple of years what to do about it, and how to get money to do it. It's going to be at least a new roof and a new HVAC system.
New elevator.
So it might affect, the price that the city could sell it for, obviously.
I was, thinking structural, mostly the roof, windows, doors, stuff like that. Not the elevator. That's someone else's problem when they buy something with an elevator, obviously. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Shernock, you were next.
Okay, so, a couple things on the existing building. It can only be used for residential housing and/or like a doctor's office or something, right? So.
I know that.
huh?
Is that official?
That is what I was told. That's the two things that can be used for.
Well, it's all based upon the zoning.
Yeah, that's the zoning for it.
Yeah, I
That's
think
what-
more than just a doctor's
Yeah.
office.
Yeah,
but-
like
Well,
churches and.
Professional, yeah, church, I'm just saying, well, they're not gonna put a church next to a church, next across from a
across
church.
a church.
Yeah, I mean, Fraser's 4 square miles, and we've got how many
The
churches?
west side of the state has that. I don't know
Yeah,
if you've
okay.
been there.
put a
We have
restaurant,
Walgreens on every corner. They have
Yeah,
a church
well,
on every
anyway,
corner.
that being said, I mean, and since it's, from my understanding, it is not historically marked, the library, so it, honestly, at that point, it would be somebody tearing it down. However, if somebody did put up like condos or something, I'm sure that neighborhood would have a lot to say about it, because a couple people actually called me about that. So that's one thing, is what's gonna happen with that building. Two, I just want to be very clear, because I think everybody keeps meshing the two together, and you shouldn't. The residents voted on a millage. They did not vote on a bond. I just want to be clear about that, because those are two separate items, everybody. Yes, absolutely, use the millage. The residents voted in the millage for the library's use. They did not say, oh yes, city, bond, so they can buy a new building, because I am going to tell you this, and I'm sorry, all you attorneys in the room, but that language, 100% was a bait and switch. I have had at least 10 residents call me who voted yes, who are super livid right now, because nothing in there indicated to them that the whole goal was to buy a new building. And don't get me wrong, I love the bank. I want the bank somehow preserved. But that's not my point. I'm just bringing up, these are things, because I've only gotten one person who emailed me who said, yep, please back up the library, please do what they want. I have literally had 10 phone calls with people who know me, who've been in the city forever, who are like, absolutely not, that's not what I voted for. So I just want to point that out, because we do hear from people. I was very shocked at 2 of the people who called me, because I haven't heard from them in literally like 5 years. So anyway, I want to point that out as well. And I'm sorry, but attorneys, you guys have a way and a knack of doing this. You guys do the broad form. You do, let's just put it all out there, because then we can throw whatever we want in there, which is what is fundamentally wrong with our country, but that's a whole nother ballgame. Anyway, that being said, one of my other problems is this. I'm not against doing the bond, okay? But what I am against is this. Until I see numbers come in that know that the money that we're going to bond is going to be enough, because now you guys have the ability to do that. I want the clear, concise numbers and budgets, and I know you guys, I shouldn't say you guys, there's been some less than forthcoming want to share, because it's like, well, we're a separate board and we don't have to answer to you. You're right, you don't have to answer to us at all. You have to answer to the citizens, which we have to answer to, because we have to bond for you, because you can't bond for yourself. So in that instance, I'm sorry, it kind of goes up the food chain. I want to see the plans. I would not buy a house without having it thoroughly investigated, knowing what I'm getting into. I wouldn't buy a house going, what are my taxes going to be? What are my water bills going to be? I want to know what your plan is, because yes, you have this much money, and I know that you have in your estimates, like $100,000 to do extra programming and stuff. I'm not asking you what your programming is going to do. Do you? Okay? What I'm asking is, what are those bills going to be? As you pointed out, it's like a mortgage. You don't buy a house going, I can afford that house payment. And then when you get in it, go, I can't afford the insurance. I can't afford the taxes. I can't afford my monthly bills. I know everybody has that with cars, because people are not thinking about your car payment being with your insurance and your car payment. But that being said, you have to have the whole picture. I want the whole picture. And honestly, I really think you guys should have come before you even started this. Somebody from the library should have come and been like, hey, guys, this is what we're planning to do. This is why we want to do what we want to do. I am not against the bond. I'm against the bond at this time because I don't have any of that information, because you guys don't have that information. And I do understand that they won't work with you, which is actually stupid on their part. I want to tell you, it's been sitting there for 3 years empty, but let's not even work with people who want to possibly buy it. That's just moronic, again. Anyway, that being said, I want to see what your plans are. I'm not going to sit there and tell you, nope, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. I just want to see the numbers. I want to see the numbers. I want to see what that's going to be. I want to know that me paying my taxes and the extra millage, that 10 years from now, you guys, and well, 5 years from now, because by then that building better be done, that you guys are good, that the money you had is enough, that you didn't go, oh, crap. You know what? I didn't plan for that. I didn't plan for the water bill being, I don't know. Twice as much. Well, I'm just, I don't know. Well, I don't know how much the water bills are for businesses, so I'm going to be ridiculous. Let's say $1,000. I didn't plan for that in our budget. For me, that's important. Budgeting is important, and I need to see those numbers. I want to know that's what it is. So that is what I would really like. Again, I'm not a no. I just want those numbers. And if everybody's already been doing all that, it shouldn't be hard to get it together. I know you guys want to move forward. I know this has all been a big, big rush. But for me, I don't think it's been planned out the way it should be planned out, so that I know that you guys are going to be able to take care of this out of your 2 mills, and that the citizens don't have to all of a sudden get handed something that they're not going to like anyway, because we all know we don't like more things that we don't want to have to pay for that went wrong, and we've done that enough in this city, and I don't want to do it again. So, thank you.
Well, I can tell you that I want this project to go through. I'm excited. I think it's going to go downtown. I think it's great. But I want you guys to have a 7-0 vote. I want council and the city to be proud of a project this big and this important to the city, and not like I told you so and I told you so and everyone's panicking about it. So we've got to come together, and what can we do to get this thing across the finish line, with the real dates, and has the bank price come down, because nothing's held. Real estate's way down now, if they come down in price for you guys at all.
We're not allowed to talk about that.
I understand that. So, but those are important things to just keep going, and
We can't talk about that.
right. No, I do get it. But again, I just want this thing to be successful, but I want it to work for everybody as best we can. Councilman Kunkel, you were next. Councilwoman Kunkel, you were next.
I do want to be clear, too. I am not anti-library. It's just I want to be able to see what we're talking about here in numbers. And yes, I would like to see the programming, because I do think that that's important. I want to know what you guys plan to do. I mean, I'll be honest, my kids haven't been to a library since they were little, and maybe I'm missing out, I don't know. But I do want to see the numbers, and I think that it's only fair that we get those numbers. And then maybe this is a good fit. Maybe it's exactly what we need, but we need those numbers. So, and yes, I'm a little bit apprehensive about it because of the way kind of it's been presented. And I don't like that. I like full disclosure. So I'm a full disclosure kind of person. So that's all.
And also, too, in a project this far along, you'd think you would almost have exterior designs of what the building's going to look like. And we saw some brief floor plans. But is that the final? We talked about maybe it's not going to be this with the cafe or not, but.
Well, nothing's final, because also until things go out to bid and you know what things are going to be. I know of other libraries in our area who have had projects that have gone out to bid, and they had expected it to bid at this cost, and the bids actually came back far higher. So then they had to scrap that particular project entirely and move to something else to do to try to do stuff. So the thing is, you don't know what's going to happen when you do that ahead of time.
I know, and I agree 1,000%, but that's what falls into what the other council people are asking. What are the numbers then? There's no real.
And you can't get that until you put stuff out to bid, and until we're not going to put stuff out to bid before there's even something to concretely bid on,
Well,
All we can do is get as good estimates as we can get from our professionals.
which is what we have done.
I think you've done a tremendous amount of work. Like I said, and I'm all for it. And,
Not up to date.
but I want everyone to be afraid it's not going to go through, but I just want everybody to come together on it.
You know, and to Councilman Odell's point, I do like the cost control package. I think that's really a great idea.
It has to be. Yeah, it has to be.
Bobby Benzinski, City's Municipal Finance Advisor.
For that.
We would like, the city can tell us to sell bonds without construction bids if they would like to do that. We, as your municipal advisor, recommend that you have construction bids in hand before you sell bonds for the project.
Why is that? Can you tell us why that's the preferred?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Why?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm kind of
Because
a literal learner. Like, please explain
as Mr.
why.
Collis indicated, you know, you have to spend these bond proceeds on the project cost. If you don't have enough, you have a problem.
That's right.
You're not going to build what you want to build. You may not be able to redesign it and build something that's adequate. If you have too much money, now some would say there's no such thing as having too much money, but when it comes to issuing bonds and they're tax exempt, if you have too much money, then you have other problems. So we recommend, we can't force you to do this, but we recommend that you have construction bids in hand before you sell the bonds.
Thank you for that.
So what will, so then what's your advice? We're not going to sell bonds here. We're just approving them to.
Pardon?
He's saying don't do what you're doing. He's saying don't bond it out and then get bids. Get
Correct.
bids and then bond.
Correct.
Exactly
Right.
what
That's
we're
what I've been saying.
I mean, if they need money to purchase the property, if that's the route that they're going, we can split this into two bond issues. And we can, I mean, there are additional costs with two bond issues, but we also understand that if they need money to purchase the building, then we may have to split it into two.
Will there be other alternatives? I mean, we haven't even been presented with another alternative for this building if in fact the construction costs are over budget. So now we have a building we can't renovate? I'm not in favor for that.
I'm not.
I know.
I don't have a vote at that table.
I know.
You're really good, though. You fit right in. Come on, have a seat up here.
No. I've been to more meetings than you have in my life.
Well, I thank you for that information because that's really important. And that's, I think, what's been on the back of all our minds all the time is without the real numbers and bids and things, it's so many unknowns. And we finally got the city in decent shape. To where it's at, and like I said, some of us, I think everyone's so for this, but we're so concerned because the city's done some things in the past that are not right, and been burned by it big time. So, great, I really appreciate it. Yes,
Mayor, if I could just make a few comments regarding how the budgeting is done and how that then turns into the bidding process. Working with a construction manager like McCarthy and Smith, it's a little different than working with just a general contractor. And what McCarthy and Smith does, working with the architect, is throughout the design process, they are continually updating the estimates. And we design to a budget. So the question is, if what if we came in and it was way over budget? And the answer is it really won't be because we know every step of the way where we have to make adjustments in that design. And we also do something that on bid day that we have what are called alternates. You may be familiar with alternates. So if we are really good on bid day, we might be able to afford some of the additional things that we were hoping to get. If we are more challenged on bid day, then we also look at some of those alternates to back off. But either way, the project is moving forward, and it will be what was designed. It's just, do you get these little extras or do you not get the little extras? So there's assurances there throughout the design process with the construction manager that when you do go out for bid, there aren't going to be these massive surprises.
Okay.
And we would need at least some of the bonds, because to buy the building, we need the money to buy the building to be able to even get to the point where we're gonna try to get bids. So, if we don't have the money to buy the building, that kills the deal. Pretty much.
I've got a question about the timing on the building, but I don't know what it is yet, so.
Don't you have to let them know, like, within a couple days?
Yes,
So there's a time frame.
December 15th is when we have to give them a non-refundable deposit. And so that money we can't get back and then the full payment has to be to them by January 31st.
So you have to sell the bonds to pay for the building before that time.
Yes, correct.
And then if it didn't happen, the bank would obviously go back up for sale.
Correct.
Then could you?
And, yes,
you'd
and it
have to
won't,
take a chance to try to do it again.
yeah, but then
I'm
we've
just saying.
we've lost the money for the down payment at that point. Because once it hits the 15th, it's a non-refundable down payment.
But you haven't given them any money at this time.
Not yet, it's set for the 15th. That we did it purposely so it would be after this meeting, so.
And if they know you're that interested in it and you're working out through details, they wouldn't give you another 30-day.
No, we tried ahead of time because we know a lot of times working with the city and doing anything like that, things always just take longer. So we tried initially, like, hey, can we make the due date at the end of February? No, like, we really tried. There was about a month's worth of emails with that to try to get it set to the end of February. No, I think they want the building out of their hands.
Right. But even they're Fraser's main banking source at this time, they're not willing to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Baranski, you were next.
Thank you. So, Mr. Burley and I were talking about this. I think I educated him on it. So you have signed is it a right of first refusal, or what is it that is this December 15th date? And when was that signed? When was that agreement entered into?
It's a letter of intent.
Okay.
And to enter into a purchase agreement, I don't remember
I
off
think it
the,
was the September board meeting.
could be, I don't remember the date
September
exactly.
board meeting.
After the millage, I know that.
Okay, and so when did you, that's fine. So then when, and a lot of this is just, words are being used and misconstrued because when did you guys start the due diligence for the purchase? When did you start getting these inspections?
October. That was when it started.
Why didn't we start it when we did the letter of intent in September?
Because we didn't have access and stuff they didn't send.
Yeah, it took a while to get the letter from them. I mean, and then we had to retain people. Yeah, it took a little bit. We got started pretty soon after it, but
Yeah, because that's kind of the
immediately.
frustration is that we're scrambling at the last second. We're getting information. I don't believe I've gotten the budget. I don't have the time to go to look in the vestibule for the city library budget. I thought it was online, Kyle, and I couldn't find it. I know it's a matter of public record. I didn't send a FOIA.
But I did send a whole bunch of stuff out to everybody on
Oh, you
council.
did. And so let's look at what you sent. So you sent your profit and loss statement for July 2019 to June 2020. And during that time period, you're not paying any rents to anyone. You're not doing any building renovations or repairs. And you have your itemization. And you have a net income of $29,000. And that income included $13,000 in late payments, like overdue fines, which I believe, if I'm reading it right, but I could be wrong, you discontinued the overdue fines?
Correct.
Okay. So you have
13, I don't think we ever collected $13,000.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying, so it says district court penal fines, $13,699.
Yes, that's different.
What's that?
That is, so it's something that the state of Michigan put in play in the 1800s. So what they felt was that libraries were everybody felt better if they knew that, like, when they got a ticket, the money would end up going to nobody who would influence getting, yes, it's so the least objectionable people to get that money was decided to be libraries back in the 1800s. So penal fines have to do with all of those tickets that go out from any state police officers, not local police, but state police, that penal fines then gets redistributed to all libraries in each county.
Okay. So then we're only going to deduct 2,200 in overdue fines. So your 22 now becomes 27. And because I don't have your budget, your salaries are only listed 56,000, and then part-time salaries are 220.
Yes.
But my understanding is you now have 3 full-time employees, so your salary is obviously much different.
Yes.
So presumably, if the taxes stayed essentially the same, I don't know what your income stream is, you're going to be operating at a net loss. And this is, and hold with me for a second, because I don't expect you to have the answer right now. My concern is I want to make sure, if I'm giving you a mortgage, because that's what we're doing, that in 5 years, you're going to be able to afford to live in that house. And that house is going to be what we see. It's going to be maintained. It's going to have the structural repairs. It's going to have what we're promising the residents by giving their trust in us. I don't have that math. I don't have an assessment because you paid, shockingly, I don't know how you only paid, and I question this, you paid less in water than I pay in a year in water.
That's the bills you sent us.
No. I'm not questioning you. I'm questioning the city. I think, I gotta find it now. It was shockingly low as I'm looking through this, that you paid $1,000, if I'm reading it right, $1,177 for the year.
Yes.
In water. I can guarantee you it's not going to be that when you get to this new building, because I guarantee you, and my gosh, we do not flush. We do not, our bill is crazy, and I don't shower everything I can do. So I haven't seen that analysis because I don't want you guys in a situation where suddenly you have to do another millage, or most important of all,
Can't do another millage.
okay, well, so perfect. So now we don't get programming. So we've got this big, beautiful building, and that $100,000 that you allotted for technology and programming, which were the 1 and 2 things that people wanted, I think, on the survey. We don't have money for that because we have to use that money to cover our overhead. That is why I wish there had been conversations all along, because we only meet once a month. We are not allowed. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at it at 10 o'clock last night. I'm reading your emails. I'm trying to piece it together. And to say, it's very disingenuous to say when we left last time we had 2 questions. We had 2 questions at that moment based on what was given to us. And we all made it clear. And so I'm a not yet. And I'm just going to tell you that because I don't give a loan to someone who I can't guarantee can't afford it. And I'm not saying you can't, but I don't have in front of me that you can. And I also, with Mr. Mayor, you're now asking us for 2 years more of rent-free use of the library. 2 years more of the library deteriorating because there's no agreement about who's going to maintain it. We get no income from you during that time. And now we get a building that's 2 years further in disarray. What do we do with it? And so what I would like to see, and I know the mayor and I talked about that, some sort of something, because what consideration is the library getting? We're losing the revenue on taxes, and it was like 30 grand, I forget what the math was, but let's say 30 grand. We're losing that. We're having to have administration deal with paying bills, so we're incurring expense. And that building's sitting over there, and we don't have money to fix it. That's the reality.
We have been told, we did put money into the building like in 2019, 2020, and the auditors actually yelled at us for doing that.
Oh, no, and I understand that,
because we don't
talked
own
about
it.
that. Yeah, that's not a proper way for you
It's a misuse.
without owning the building. But to me, I would like to see an agreement, whether it's a rent agreement that then we, as the city, use that rent to put in the repairs into the building so that 2 things happen. 1, while you're there, the building's nice. And 2, we're then getting, because you can pay rent. I know you can pay rent with your money, and you have quite a bit of money you have more money per capita than we do in your general fund. So that's my concern. It's both the building, because I don't want to have an asset 2 years. I didn't even realize until Mr. Mayor said it. It's like, wait, it's two more years till we can move it. And if you're not going to be there, then why don't we put it up for sale now? Like, the best time to sell it is now before it goes in further disarray. So, and whether it's you that buys it and turns around and sells it, or someone else buys it and rents it out to you, or I don't know, but that's where I'm at. So, thank you, though.
Okay, we think we have a couple more. Councilman Odell?
In the answers that you gave the city, you said if the bond doesn't pass, most likely you guys will have to, you're going to be looking for a new place anyways, because you don't want to pour money into a building you don't own, correct?
Correct, correct.
So I just wanted to clarify that for the residents. As far, that's just what I would point. I still think it's sound. You mentioned, can they pay the bill, but they do have they're sitting on some funds as it is now. So they have money to tap into to pay the bill on top of the mill that they're going to get. So I'm not concerned about that as much per se. But you're going to lose if you don't get the bond decision today. You're back to square one, basically, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you're going to have to look for either another place, which we're still stuck with the building. If you move, there's no contract in place with the city that says you have to stay there, have to fix it up, have to put one dime into it. Shame on us if that's the case, but I mean, that's the way it is. I think it should have probably been deeded to you guys a long time ago, but it never happened. So that's on the city, in my opinion. But I still think it's a good idea. I think it really puts a beautiful asset in place downtown for all the residents to see. I think the financials are there. We wouldn't be able to issue bonds if they didn't think that they would have the ability to pay it back. So I'm not concerned about that. But that's all I have. Still support this.
Mayor Pro Tem Schornak.
I just wanted to point out something else too, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, attorneys in the room, but because the money is being paid for by the taxpayers, the library itself can't actually technically own either building, because if for some reason the library went away and that millage went away to support the library, so let's just say the millage went away because the city became relatively insolvent, that building wouldn't be for the library to sell because it's the taxpayer's building. So therefore, you have to have a rescission clause that if for any reason the library ceases to exist, that property has to go back to the city. Am I wrong?
The library can own a building. We
I'm
can
saying,
own a building.
Again,
Leave.
yes, in theory, but not actually because of the fact that it's paid for by the taxpayers. So again, if it became insolvent, if the library for some reason became insolvent because the city became insolvent and the taxes went away, so you didn't have the revenue, correct? Then at that point, that building would belong to the city, would it not? I thought it was automatically a rescission clause because of the fact that it is taxpayer dollars that is paying for that building, therefore it belongs to the taxpayers, which is a city entity.
Right. So, no, I don't believe that to be exactly the case. There are a number of scenarios that would play out. So, for example, if they became insolvent but went through a bankruptcy process, as we've seen the city of Detroit do, for example, that would be one of their assets in the bankruptcy process. So it would still be accounted for, and they would figure out a reorganization plan to try to keep going. If they just went defunct but owned land, then yes, I think the statutes, and I'd have to look into it more, and I know you have an expert at your firm on just library stuff that she does for a living. I believe the statutes have a process in place for escheating that somewhere, or having some kind of special master or special receiver take over to dispose of that asset and figure out where the funds would go. But it's not technically the city's by operation of law. There'd be
Right.
a process by which we may end up with it again, much like a cemetery. When the operators of a cemetery go defunct, that is pretty clear in state law that we now own the
That's
cemetery. So, just so you're aware.
We already have one cemetery.
We
Okay,
already have
so-
one.
Yeah, we don't need another one. And then the other thing that I would, I just find it so, this is just so ironically funny in a not in a ha-ha way. So you're telling me that PNC, who have not sold this bank because they are so desperate to get it out of their inventory before the new year, so they don't have to carry it on their books for another year, being a financial institution, I got to tell you, this is just hysterical to me. So they're willing to go, yeah, well, if you don't give us what we want by this date, well, you're not going to get the building. But then again, who's standing in line for the God blessed building? It's been there for 3 years. Yep. Nobody wants it. So if they're going to be that stupid, I don't even know why you guys would want to do business with them. Honestly, that explains a lot about PNC. And this is why I don't do business with banks. But my point is still the same. Even if you don't get it at this moment, I really don't think it's going anywhere because nobody wants that building right now. So the fact that they're even playing this game is beyond, and I'm going to use the word, sorry, impolite, but it's asinine. And I just can't even understand how anybody, as an attorney, I don't even know why you guys aren't in there going, what part of this makes sense to you? This is completely illogical and beyond stupid to play this little shell game just because they want the asset off their books by the end of by the new year. That's just dumb.
Well, we don't have to close until January 31, but I think the thing is, we don't know if somebody else is going to pop up. Or maybe
It's been
somebody
3
gets-
years. Nobody
I
wants
understand
that
what you're
building.
saying. That's a practical matter, not a legal matter.
I know, but it's just dumb to me, just
I've only
beyond dumb.
talked to one person who's interested in the bank, but it's not allowed here. They want to turn it into a marijuana.
Yeah, and that's not happening either, so good luck with that.
We've opted out of it, and they're not going to pay that kind of money for that building.
It's a lot of room.
Just
That would get downtown moving.
That's what he said.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good thing we're staying away from that.
Councilwoman Culkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for you, Don.
God help me.
Could we, this is just a hypothetical. Now that the millage is passed, can we ask can we ask the residents if they want to bond this out? Just,
We'd have to vote for a vote.
I just want to see what the answer is.
The answer is yes, and in fact, there are two different protocols in state law for bond issues like this. And my understanding is, and I'm not a bond expert, but my understanding in looking at this early on, if you went that route, there's a different bonding capacity than if you go city council route. In other words, I think might be a higher capacity for bonding if it's given to the voters because it's a vote of the people, as opposed to a more restrictive amount that you're allowed to go to just as a city council. So I do know there's a process for both.
Okay. And I wasn't suggesting a private, or a
Special?
a
Yeah, no, that'd
special
be-
election. I just wanted to know, generally, I want to know the
Valid
question.
question. I'm sorry. That was very rude of me. Oh, good God. That's very good.
Thank you.
Call the question. Mr.
Well, yep. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second for the motion. Guess we'll do a roll call vote because it's going to be confusing. So if you can do a roll call vote.
Ready?
No.
No.
I want to say yes, but I can't. I have to say no at this time.
No.
Yes.
No, not this time.
Yes.
So
We'll move out, I guess.
we have to. I mean, this, you, Mike and I said it at the break is, we'll just get it together and keep plugging forward. And I would get with the bank and, see if they're willing to do that because
I kind of want to make a motion to give a little bit of direction because my vote was not a no,
Right.
period. It was a not yet. And I wish I would have said it how you said it. So I want to give direction that I want Don to do the research about and I think we have to agree, at least enough of us to make sure to incur that expense, to make sure that the millage can't be revoked. I want to work out the terms. I know, listen, this city has been cursed with being told we're doing something, and then there's a legal opinion that says, woo, we were wrong. So, so I would rather have it in writing, but to get all of the information to us, because that building is going to be there. There's a reason, and that's why I asked about a realtor, because what is going on? Why has it stayed vacant? Why have there only been low ball offers? The person we talked to, I forget what whatever it was. Why is no one else coming to the table at even $800,000? And then what are your due diligence? What is the HVAC inspection? All of these things, because I want to work collaboratively. And I feel like you guys did your thing, presented it to us, and we're scrambling, and some have more risk aversion than others. And so that's kind of where I'm at. So, and I also want a study done about the current building. What needs to be done? And I don't know whether we do that. I don't. And then the other thing is, and you hit the nail on the head, we got to end this. Either you pay rent or you buy the building, or I know we were talking about the building, and the purchase agreement was very beneficial to the library. Granted, there were problems with it, but I believe it was a very financially advantageous purchase for the library, who has not paid rent. And if you don't want it, that's okay. But then we gotta do what we gotta do, because we certainly don't want to have it vacant any longer than we need to have it. So I want to encourage continued negotiations, which I think were occurring. So I don't know how the rest of you feel, but that's just what I wanted to bring up. So sorry to the bond people, but thank you. You guys, yeah. A+.
Everybody's been great and knowledgeable. I think we have full confidence in the people that are, I think you assembled a great team, especially the building guys. I'm very impressed with what they said, and monitoring and checks and balances. Bond people, you got to be on top of it, obviously, and answer the questions. It's just.
Do I need to wait till comments at the end to make questions or comments on?
You didn't go
I haven't opened it up yet. I haven't opened it up yet, so you can hang on a sec. Oh. Yeah, okay.
You didn't open it up on the motion.
Motion, that's what she's talking about.
You messed up.
But go ahead.
Come on, Deanna.
Absolutely.
Why not?
It's Christmas,
Yeah.
right?
It's Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Almost. Deanna Reiner, 15569 Luxembourg. I would have been your call number 11, but I knew I'd be here, being very upset about this. And I totally agree with Councilwoman Blanky on what she said about, I feel like we were kind of hidden about moving with the library. And again, Mayor, also with your comments, we pounded the pavement in Fraser with PA 33 to save our PSOs and dispatch. We even calculated door to door what people were going to spend for the, as a result of the PA 33, and it still failed. So again, information to the residents is the best we can do, but when the comment was made that, well, it's in the, if you would have looked at the millage language on the website, it was stated, that there was possible move. I had no clue. I wouldn't have voted for the millage if I would have known that it included the probability of moving to a new building. So that was just my concern, and I know several of my friends and neighbors have been in the same thing. Couple questions. What happens, and again, since we're not moving forward, but for the future, what happens if the millage drops as it did in 2010-11, and how that may affect the value on what we're estimating on the bond? That was one question. Another one that came up in discussion is, did any taxpayer money get used to either publish the yes flyers, which again did not, okay.
We didn't do that.
Okay, which again did not give full information about the possible building. And I'm sorry, I'm going through my notes. A lot of these have been answered. And again, like say, with the postcards that went through, I know I didn't receive one, and I am the one who goes through the mail, so. The other one was, my other question, I guess the big one, is with transparency. We've gotten over the years history here in Fraser, like say, without transparency, just bring it to the voters and let them know exactly what we need to know instead of finding out after the fact. My last question is there a consideration with combining the library and Parks and Rec so that there is room for events, this and that? So that was my only other question, if that was possibly rolling in the back of the head is, since we're not able to use the senior center for different events for
That's
Parks
an
and
idea
Rec.
they could work together with, yeah.
So that was my only other questions. Thank you, everyone. Have a blessed Christmas.
You too.
Thanks, Deanna.
Let's see. Item 9, report of city administration.
So first and foremost, I would like to thank the whole team that worked on the Christmas in Fraser event. I think it was a great, successful event. Obviously, there's always things that can use improvement, and certainly everyone will be looking at that and hoping to make it better next year. I would definitely like to send a lot of thanks out to Sarah for all of the time outside of her office hours that she put in doing so much work for the event, being really a one-person department that has multiple hats to wear. She puts in way too much time on a lot of these projects, and I'm happy she will be able to focus and spend some time on the important financial needs that we have. I would also like to thank staff members, Tanya, Jennifer, and Mary for helping out with the event as well.
And a beautiful layout here. It's the best it's ever looked.
They did a phenomenal job.
Yep.
One thing that I did want to discuss is that, as you can probably tell from this evening, we are continuing to have multiple problems with the Zoom platform. So we did reach out and talk to other communities, see what's going on with all of them. Pretty much everyone has stopped using Zoom because of all of the problems. It's something that having a split meeting between live and some other platform, not even necessarily Zoom, but any other platform, is going to continue to have the problems. So the problems I'm talking about, sound. We had multiple sound problems this evening. Dropped users, dropping the connection with Zoom, the delay that we have, access. Last week when we were putting together the board packets, we were not able to access the Zoom app to be able to put together the meeting and the information on the agenda, so we were delayed on that. I was fearful of what happens if we get in the meeting and we want to do Zoom, because everybody's expecting to be able to contact and dial in with Zoom. What happens when we can't connect at the meeting? Because of that, I would really like to stop using Zoom immediately, because I think that it is something that is creating way more problems, in particular for running our meeting. Ed, I'm sure you've seen him running crazy trying to get things taken care of. It just really is not something that works well when you have split platforms. It was great and served its purpose during COVID when we were all remote, and everybody was remote. But having it two different ways is really just not attainable anymore. I'm not sure if that's something that I have support and can move forward with, but that's what I would like to do effective immediately.
Mr. Mayor?
That's all I have to report.
You call me.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a motion to because it's a
And I'm gonna
motion thing.
second.
We did it via a motion. Perfect. Yeah, no, I was making a motion. Hello. I'd like to make a motion to discontinue the use of Zoom, but to direct the city administration to look for alternate sources for our at least internal employees to be able to appear, whether it's a Teams or some other platform, because it is very convenient for them, when we need them, but absolutely to discontinue Zoom.
And I'm still a second.
So we have a motion, a second. Anybody from the audience?
I have something I wanted to say, but
Go ahead.
I can wait till the audience is done talking. I just wanted to know, do you have something else in mind?
Any other platform, we are going to have problems.
So any other platform we can use other than Zoom, is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, she was crinkling up a bottle.
Any other platform, we are going to experience these problems.
Oh, so we can't use
doing two separate groups does not work well.
Okay, so then
Everybody else around us, except for Clinton Township, is done.
Done.
Everything is
Okay.
in person.
So I guess then my question is for Don. Don, you don't see any legal issues with this with regard to like, declarations of emergency that might still be in effect or?
No, there's no state of emergency out there anymore. There are very few communities using Zoom, and there's no Open Meetings Act obligation to use Zoom.
Okay.
I know it's in the legislature for discussion as to whether or not they'll allow communities and boards and commissions, and especially in the UP where they have to drive a long way, but it's only been in discussion, and now that we've had the election, we'll see if the new legislature takes it up.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, my direction was really more for internal use as opposed to external, which hopefully would cut down on some of the connection issues. And if it can't be done, it can't be done, but just to keep that as a, that was.
So your motion is just for no Zoom for our?
No Zoom, period.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought you said. But then you said it was just
But
for
direct the city administration to pursue other ways. And if there's not a way to do it, there's not a way, but at a minimum, internal only.
For employees to participate
Got it.
without. Case.
No. The door will come flying open.
It's Deanna Reiner again. When you asked for questions, I was going to stand up, but is it a two different platforms that there is always a phone number you could at least call and listen, and maybe the employees could at least be on a phone line somehow, or that runs through Zoom as well? I don't know. It was just a thought.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in flavor?
All in flavor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, I don't oppose, I'm sorry.
Continue with your.
No, I'm
You're all
done.
done?
That's it for tonight.
Okay.
She's like, yes, problem one solved.
Okay.
Me?
Sutherland, you
All right.
first.
Well, it's late. I don't really have too much. Honestly, just have a happy holiday, everyone. Happy and safe holiday season.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, obviously have a wonderful holiday. I want to take a minute, we didn't get a chance because he ran out, but I want to, from the bottom of my heart as a resident for 28 years, thank Eric Meyer, who has been a very dedicated employee. He's been here first as a dispatcher, then finally got to be a PSO, then worked his way up and as a sergeant, been a sergeant for quite a while now. He served as our unofficial IT coordinator. He has worn many, many hats. I, honest to God, hope he doesn't retire personally as a council member and resident, but for him, I'm very happy for him and his family if he is going to retire, and I want to thank him. He is a role model for all of us and for all of our employees.
Agreed.
Councilwoman Blanky.
Thank you. I agree with Councilwoman Bransky, and it's not that I agree with her a lot, but I usually don't repeat myself. However, Eric Meyer was so important to our community. He's still here, and he just is a very genuine individual, and he'd be someone that everyone would be proud to be their son, and I say that. And I also wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, and thank you for a good year. Good night.
Councilwoman Kolka.
Thank you, Mayor, not Mary, but Mayor. Well, that was the next thing I was going to do. I wanted to say how festive it is in here. In all the years that I've been sitting here for Christmas, this is the best it's ever looked. So you guys are to be commended. It looks amazing. Yes, and I mean, all the changes that I have seen since you have been part of the team, Cindy, Elaine, Mary, of course, they've just been amazing changes. I can't say enough about the difference. And it's been a long time coming, but I want to thank the three of you. I want to thank Mark Ragsdale. I want to thank Sarah. Looking back where we were about two and a half years ago, I never would have thought that all of this would have been possible. But there was so much that needed to be done. And thank you, Don, for all of your hard work. Thank you to Sam, our brand new public safety director, all of our PSOs, sergeants, our captains. And if there is anybody that I forgot, I'm super sorry, but oh yeah, Ed, of course, Ed. I have post-traumatic stress disorder with Ed. Every time the door opens. Anyway, I wish you guys the merriest of all Christmases, Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate, and the greatest of all New Years that you could have for next year. I also just want to thank my colleagues up here, of course, for all the hard work that we have put in. You make this job incredibly, I think, dynamic, and it's great to hear everybody's perspective. I think, again, we all work really well together. So thank you. I hope each and every single one of you have a great Christmas, Hanukkah, whichever you celebrate, and a Happy New Year. I also, what?
What about Kwanzaa?
Kwanzaa.
Just had to throw it out there.
Yes. I also just want the residents to know that this Saturday, from 10 until 3, there is a holiday market. So if you have your last minute gifts you got to pick up, goodies at Salk Elementary. So please go out there. It's like the last ditch effort. It's a craft and vendor show. It's from 10 to 3 p.m. I anticipate it's going to be super, super busy. So if you want the good stuff, you got to go early. So with that, Merry Christmas to all the residents.
Thank you.
And Happy New Year.
Mr. Riddell.
Besides Merry Christmas to everybody and Happy Holidays coming up. It was great to see so many people turn out for the Christmas in Fraser. I think we're really going to make it better next year. Hopefully we have a recreation director in place so we can take some of that load off Sarah and make it even better going forward. I want to thank everybody that worked on this library proposal. I mean, the hours and time and money and that you guys had put into this and it didn't get across the finish line. I just want to thank you for caring about Fraser Library because I mean we don't make much up here. You guys make even much less, if anything. So to put in your time and effort, you're trying to make Fraser a better place, and you don't get appreciated like you should because you give your time to try to make that library the best it can be. It would be my hope that, some of the no votes tonight, without breaking the Meetings Act, get together, get something that's reasonable to them. Maybe the bank will work with them, maybe they won't, to where you get a yes, what you need within reason, because I think it is important. The voters voted yes on it. The vote is what the vote is, but my view is we're going to have an empty library soon, current library building, and we're going to have an empty bank soon. So that's both not good for downtown Fraser. I think there's still a solution. I think they probably could go back to the bank, but before we put them through the process, we got to have something. You can't get exact contractor quotes without having a purchase agreement and all that. You got to meet them somewhere in the middle where it's acceptable. I hope that the no votes will come to a solution that they can present to them to get them to that point and maybe take another chance at it. But if they're not willing to, I don't know what's going to happen. But otherwise, Merry Christmas, and appreciate everyone up here putting in the time. Appreciate the staff, city staff, and have a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
So the Historical Commission would like me to tell you they are having a Christmas sale. Everything is half off on the 11th. So please come. She did say that. Yeah, the 11th. So please come by and, look at some stuff. You might need some stuff for decorations. You might want to be more festive at your office. I couldn't go this past week because I had a family event, but I'm going to go there so I can decorate our offices and I don't have to spend a fortune on decorations. I want to thank all of the employees of the city because I know just like everywhere else, our new pandemic is employees, and we are all doing way more with way less and wearing many, many hats because I know I wear 4. So thank thank you to all of you because I know it is stressful. Thank you to all of my comrades up here. We're you can never get it right. I don't know. Nothing's ever right. As far as what you said, Patrick, I was not a no forever. I definitely would be willing to work with the library. I know they can't get exact numbers, but I need better than what they've given us. So I definitely want to work with that. I hope that everybody has a very happy holidays, whatever you do decide that you want to do, and also a very prosperous new year. And I hope our world in general, in our city. I hope people will remember those who are less fortunate, those who are not, those who don't have family that really need somebody just to care. Send them a Christmas card, something small. Little goes a long way. So I just hope everybody remembers, not only at Christmas time all year round, but just to remember those around you who don't have what you have, because even when things are bad, you still probably have it better than somebody else. So.
Thank you. Just a few things. I also want to congratulate and thank Eric Myers. I actually had the privilege to work with him his entire career. He started as dispatch. I fought a lot of fires with him. He's a great firefighter, and we did a lot of medical runs over the last, my 34 years. So just a great guy to have on board, but I'm sure he'll enjoy his retirement. Well deserved. Actually had the opportunity to sit down with Candace Miller because I keep getting asked about the 15-mile projects. And so she's give me a pretty good update on where they all stand. So just to go real quickly, 15-mile Garfield area, it will be done, construction May of 2023. Everything's been put back about a year. 15 in Hayes area, 2023 of April. And the 15-mile in Hayes, my area, April 1st, 2023 now. So there's a lot more going on than what they thought, and that's the best time is that they can give. So she was apologetic to the residents as
Summer, it'll be done.
Yeah.
That's how you have to.
It'll look,
full, Mr. Mayor.
it'll look exactly the same way it was before they
it
started.
was supposed to be done October.
Yeah, well, best made plans of mice and men.
But we will get there. So we're actually, Public Safety Department and us, we will be doing Shop with the Hero next week at Myers for the needy kids. The Christmas event, we actually ran out of hot dogs. We gave out 350 hot dogs, adding to our totals.
I know.
Well, I heard when he hits 30,000, he'll retire.
I thought it was a million. I thought it was a million.
We're actually up close to 70,000.
Oh, okay, so somebody give me.
All right, not even close. Okay.
Yeah, 70,000. 68 something.
100,000 then.
No, yeah, right, yeah.
You got one more year.
I don't know if I'll be around much longer.
Oh boy.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Wish you the best, healthiest new year, and look forward to the upcoming year and continue on getting things done into the city administration. Thank you for all your help. Mary, you're always there for me. You've been dropping stuff off at my house when I need it, so it's great. Appreciate it, a whole bunch. I really appreciate that. And I think that is it. Anyone in the audience would like to make any comments?
Laura Lessage, 15201 Fairview. I just make a comment that I understand the Parks and Rec Commission were to have a meeting this past Tuesday, and that got moved till today. They met at like 6 o'clock, which I was hoping to get to, but I had a commitment. But that meeting, once again, was not recorded. So we don't know what's going on in that meeting. And
They tried to record it. The cables would not go far enough to get the recorders all in there, so that's the only office that they could utilize, and they couldn't. They tried.
well, that it just goes to show you that it should have been planned around a time when they could have it recorded.
But they did try.
So the residents aren't going to know what happened during that meeting. And I was surprised that even on the agenda, it did not talk about the 5-year plan. In my history of working on Parks and Rec, the Parks and Rec Department Commission was heavily involved in that document. And it just surprised me that they didn't have anybody, they didn't talk about it. And now that you have some time before you're going to approve it, it's going to be updated, fixed, et cetera. Why not bring them involved to put, the final touches on that document? Which brings me to being nitpicky. In the past documents, we've always referenced our parks, their full names. Joe Blanky Park, James Pompo, Joe Boris. It gives the respect for those mayors or previous mayors that had parks named after them. And someone new coming into the city would have no clue who these people are if it's just a Pompo. Meadows. That could have been a Joe Meadows Park. No, we don't know that, right? So I just think it's, if you're going to update it, do it right. Make it look respectful and for our city. The other question I have, and I bring this up every meeting, employment. I look on the website to see what employment opportunities are out there for Fraser, and I find 3 openings in the Department of Public Works. But there's nothing out there for the clerk in the finance department replacing Hunter, the finance assistant that left shortly after Sarah was hired. That was to be an assistant to Sarah, since Sarah was not fully on board with finance department. And, of course, our Parks and Rec coordinator. Where is this person? Why haven't we hired this person? I heard there was many applicants, so what's going on there? And going over to the senior center to participate in their meals they have for lunch, which I am qualified for that. It was very good. They're challenged with people being there, and Diane is working her butt off, and she could use some help. So I know I'm hearing in the background that there's so much work to do, and we don't have the people, and we can't get to this, and we can't get to that, and the Parks and Rec 5-year plan took forever because they didn't have the people to do it at McKenna. Well, let's try to get the people where they're supposed to be so you can get the work done that you need to get done, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Kyle Burley, 15950 Luxembourg. As you guys know, I'm on the library board. I appreciate you guys at least taking the time to consider the resolution. Unfortunately, it did not pass, but we are looking forward to still working with you guys. That building still needs some help, so we'll figure it out. We'll come back with some options. So thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you for everything.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to go into closed session to consult with the city attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy. Mr. Denal?
Yes, I think best practices is to indicate the case number. The Attorney General or the courts want that on there. So if I could add to the motion, Mr. Mayor, to discuss with the city attorney trial or settlement strategy regarding Macomb County Circuit Court case number 2020-003248-CD.
It said CV?
CD.
Oh, D.
Christopher Donald.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
We need roll call, don't we?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm using the restroom. Yep. Yes.
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 Okay, we'll go into closed session at 10:28 PM. And we'll call the meeting back to order at 11:50 a.m. Request a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All in
don't you have to-
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everybody. Merry Christmas.
I thought you, okay, well.
We don't have to do a motion on, okay.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, me too. I was like,
Nope.
Good, even better.
yeah.